the hearing when I'm ready
Okay.
to commence the hearing as soon as all the tech side of it's taken care of and everybody's on, basically. Yeah.
I just want Kurt Gibbons to give us a sound check, then we'll be away.
Hi, can you hear me?
Excellent, that's great.
Thank
So
you.
I will now hand you over to Gary and Emma. So let's go, Gary. I'll turn my video off now.
Thank you very much for all that organisation. I believe we're ready to start right on the stroke of 9 or shortly after, so well done on that. Let's hope this all goes well from a tech point of view. Anyway, welcome to everybody to this hearing. My name's Gary Ray. I'm an independent hearing commissioner, and I'm based at the District Council now. I'm in the library building where I'm sitting with Emma Dean, who's helping me with the notes and the organisation and the tech side of it. So everybody else is in different rooms in different parts of New Zealand, so welcome to everybody to this hearing. First of all, it's a hearing by Kapiti Retail Holding Limited, which you'll all be aware of, for a new supermarket at 160 Kapiti Road, Paraparaumu. I've been to the site yesterday and I hope to go again after the hearing to have another look. In terms of the agenda, yeah, that's right. We've sent out an indicative agenda. It's really just to give us an idea of how long the hearing might take, and please don't feel constrained to that. The applicant, basically, it's your hearing. You've got as much time as you need, but that indicative time frame sort of gives us some guide as to how long each witness should generally take. We'll see how we go. I have read all the evidence. I've read all the documents, and I've organised some questions for witnesses. There's some witnesses I haven't got any questions at this stage, but I'm more than happy for them to present a summary statement if they wish, and emphasise any points from their main evidence. That's fine. I don't want to curtail any presentations or evidence at this stage. I did issue a minute to parties before the hearing. That's really just in order to give some guidance as to what I think the key issues are from having read the evidence at this stage. There might be other matters that crop up during the hearing, but essentially we're dealing with an application for which I understand there's no opposition to, in terms of, I don't believe any submitters are asking for consent to be declined. I'll stand to be corrected on that. And the issues do appear related to traffic impacts and the like, so I'll naturally be focused on that. But I'm also interested in some of the sort of legal principles, the general planning and the legal principles around mitigation, off-site mitigation, who provides those, and what's an equitable way to do that in terms of the effects of a particular activity. I'm also interested in the conditions set up as draft conditions, which will be discussed. And some of the sort of planning principles, I guess, are also of relevance to the objectives and policies. So we'll go through those during the course of the hearing. But another key aspect is that there is a divergence of opinion on traffic evidence. I'm not a traffic engineer. I have had a lot of involvement with traffic and transportation over the years, having worked for Transit New Zealand in the old days for many years, and I've been to several hearings like this, but I will be keen to see if there's any common ground between the witnesses, and there may not be, but we'll see how that goes. And if need be, I'll be requesting a joint witness statement, but that will depend on the responses and to questions as we go through the hearing. That's probably all the key preliminary matters. I note that an email was sent out by Emma outlining what the protocols are for this hearing. I think most of the people involved are well familiar with the protocols of our RMA hearings, so I won't need to labour any of those points. Just in passing, I did receive summary statements from the applicant's team last night, which I have read, including the opening legal submissions. So I have read those, and I've got a couple of questions to ask in relation to those as well. Does anyone have any particular matters they'd like to raise before we start the hearing?
No. Warwick Goldsmith here, appearing.
Mr. Goldsmith, yes.
Appearing for Templeton Kapiti Limited. Just recording the fact that my client's submission does have a refusal of consent under certain circumstances, which isn't quite what you said tonight.
No. Apologise for not having acknowledged it, Mr. Goldsmith. We'll come back to that. Thank you very much. All right. With that correction made, we'll now go to the applicant's team. I believe is led by Mr. Leckie. Is that correct? Josh Leckie?
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. Just to, my name's Josh Leckie, legal counsel for the applicant. Perhaps just to start up with some relatively minor housekeeping before I jump into the legal submissions, if that's okay, Chairman. As you've noted, we've pre-circulated summary statements for most of the witnesses. These include summary statements for Mr. Gibbons, who's the applicant, and also for Catherine Marshall from Woolworths. And I'm not proposing that Mr. Gibbons or Ms. Marshall present those, but they are here to take any questions if the chair has any. And then the remainder of the witness team, other than Mr. Bellingham and Mr. Colgrave, who have been excused, are all on this call. And also my colleague, Ms. Hockley, is to my right as well. In terms of my legal submissions, just to hopefully avoid jumping around too many documents as I'm going, I've got Mr. Kelly's Annexure 1 in front of me, which is the off-site mitigation, which I'll refer to. And also when we're talking about conditions, I've been referring to the 15 March council version that was attached to the council response to applicant evidence.
Yes, I have that, yes.
And then lastly, just to complete the paper war, Ms. Panther Knight's summary statement includes some amendments to condition 28.
Yes.
And I've also got that in front of me, which I'll refer to as I go. And these have all been circulated to the other parties as well, but if anyone doesn't have them, let me know.
Sure.
So just moving through my legal submissions, I won't read them verbatim, but we'll focus on what I see as the pertinent points for the Commissioner's decision. They're presented obviously on behalf of the applicant, Kapiti Retail Holdings Limited, and the applicant operates under the Gibbons Co brand, and Gibbons Co has a long history of development in the area, including residential and commercial development. The applicants worked with the council experts, and as I understand it, there's now full alignment as between the applicant and the council in relation to the proposed conditions of consent, and that includes the latest amendments to condition 28. The only oppositions from 3 trade competitors to the applicant, and in relation to those submissions, the only effects the Commissioner can have regard to are direct effects on those. And that obviously are these transport effects that I agree will be a focus of the hearing. These have been robustly responded to in evidence, and in my submission are less than minor. So at paragraph 5, I've outlined there the high growth of the Kapiti district, and it is one of New Zealand's quickest growing areas, and it has a projected high future growth. And Mr. Colgrave's evidence has provided some more detail on that, including the need for approximately 3 additional full-service supermarkets over the next 25 years. And that demand in my submissions important to your assessment, particularly around the policy framework of the commercial and general industrial zone. So over the page at paragraph 6, the applicants worked with Woolworths New Zealand Limited to consider a range of sites, and the application sites considered the most appropriate for the size and configuration of a full service supermarket. At 7, I've just outlined the key reasons for that. Kapiti Road's a key collector road. It's close, the site is close to other retail and service activities, including the Kapiti Landing Business Park and the customers who will be using the supermarket. The site's well connected to public transport. And lastly, but very importantly, the site's size means it can accommodate necessary car parking to meet the demand. Overall, the proposal will generate a range of positive effects, and it's my submission that the potential negative effects are no more than minor. and the proposal is consistent with the relevant provisions of the now operative 2021 district plan. I've outlined the key issues for what I see as key issues for consideration. The proposed upgrading and monitoring of the surrounding traffic network. The Commissioner has already touched on that. And this can be achieved without requirement for third-party land, which is important. There's proposed bus stops and a travel plan that promotes the use of public and private modes of transport. The proposal has carefully been designed to be consistent with the existing and anticipated built form for the site, and that's a driver of the policy framework of the general industrial zone. And the proposed landscaping will ensure that outstanding visual effects are mitigated. And the proposal will contribute to the vitality and function of the district in light of current and projected growth. And it will not have adverse retail distribution effects on district centres. I won't focus on that. There's been quite a lot of evidence on it, but I understand it's not a point of contention as between any of the parties. So in my submission, the proposal meets both threshold tests under 104D and should be granted. I've broadly summarised the proposal, which I won't read out other than to touch on the key aspects. The supermarket's 3,800 square metres and includes office and also a dedicated pickup area. There are 2 additional trades retail tenancies, and these are permitted in the general industrial zone, and they're 400 square metres per tenancy. There's the parking that we've talked about. There's 2 vehicular accesses of Kapiti Road, one through the existing roundabout, what I refer to as the Friendship Place roundabout for all vehicles, and the second, which is a left in, left out access. The additional left turn lane in the western arm of the roundabout on the northwest approach to the Friendship Place roundabout is proposed to be conditioned through condition 28 and only required if a level of service trigger is reached, and we'll provide more detail on that as my submissions go on. There's the provision of the second lane on the southern arm of the Friendship Place roundabout. So looking at Mr. Kelly's annexure A, this is shown in blue, the proposed additional left lane, which is proposed to be conditioned to ensure it's in place prior to the operation of the supermarket. And lastly, there is provision of on-site and boundary landscape planting. So moving from the application site to the broader receiving environment, the site itself is currently vacant. As probably everyone on the call knows, it was previously occupied by placemakers. And the site sits within an area which is a mix of activities, industrial, heavy commercial and retail. And particularly relevant, the land to the southwest of the site is occupied by Kapiti Landing, who are a party to the hearing, which is a business park offering a variety of retail. As I've mentioned, the site's zoned general industrial and there is surrounding but not adjoining residential land. Over at 16, I won't read this out, but Mr. Kelly has summarised the receiving transportation environment, which is particularly relevant to the key aspect being the transport effects on that surrounding network. The statutory framework, it will be not new to the Commissioner or likely anyone else in the room. Section 104D, the 2 gateway tests. So the minor effects tests and also the policy tests. I've outlined those briefly, which I won't read out. It's the submission of the applicant that both tests are met. And then moving to 104, following entry through those gateways, subject to part 2, I've outlined the matters there under 104 that the Commissioner needs to have regard to. And in my submission, as I've mentioned, it's our case that the consent should be granted having regard to those factors. In the next section, I've outlined the concepts of the permitted baseline at paragraph 27, 28, and also the existing environment. And in the existing environment concept, What's particularly important here in my submission is what is not within that existing environment in terms of activities. So a consent authority is required to define the existing environment as any permitted and consented activities being conducted and any permitted activities and unimplemented resource consents that are likely to be implemented. The decision maker, the commissioner, must consider the environment against which a consent is to be assessed as already containing those effects. But in my submission, it's important that it only includes consented and permitted activities. It does not include activities that would require resource consent. And in this case, that is resource consents triggered by transport-related triggers, which make them controlled or restricted discretionary activities. Moving on to the effects. There's obviously been a robust assessment of effects in the AEE and also the evidence for the applicant. I've outlined at 31 the positive effects, including the employment of 80 to 100 staff at the supermarket once operational, but also the efficiency of using what is currently a vacant site on a key arterial route for a supermarket. In the next section, I've detailed in a bit more detail than usual the transport effects, given they'll be a key focus of the hearing today. The transport effects have been assessed by Mr. Kelly, who has provided a transport assessment. And Mr. Kelly's assessment has been supplemented by several RFI responses, which have been provided to all the parties. So at 33, I've summarised the key transport aspects. And to respond to the Commissioner's point earlier, my read of the evidence is that there is somewhat of alignment between Mr. Nixon and Mr. Kelly in relation to some of these aspects, which we'll hear about today. And it's perhaps just Mr. Carr who doesn't share the view of Mr. Nixon and Mr. Kelly. So at paragraph 33, the proposal includes mitigation for traffic congestion by way of the additional approach, which I've spoken about at the bottom of the page, the Friendship Lane, additional lane to manage congestion. And Mr. Kelly can speak to this in more detail. There's some more minor upgrades within the network, crossing points and bus stops, and these are shown also on Annexure 1 of Mr. Kelly's evidence. And these upgrades will contribute to the safe access to the site and also promote non-car methods for public transport. There's also a travel plan proposed, and the draft of that was included in the application. And it's my understanding that this is fully supported by the Council's 42A report writer. There's obviously off-street parking critical to a supermarket operation. And at D, proposed condition 28, which is the condition amended in Ms. Panther Knight's summary statement. This requires an additional left turn lane approach on the northwestern arm of the roundabout. So on the side of the road, same side as the application site, if post-construction monitoring demonstrates adverse effects at this beyond the prescribed level. And that is if the level of service falls below a subset of level of service D, but with a delay greater than 40 seconds. So that's detailed in Ms. Panther Knight's amendments to the condition. Importantly, that should, in the event that that is triggered, the physical works are capable of being fulfilled. In fact, there were previously 2 lanes at this approach historically. Council would be best to speak to the reasons that was amended, but it does demonstrate that there is physically room within the road reserve to accommodate those 2 lanes. And in the event that's not the case, Mr. Gibbons also owns the land immediately adjoining that road reserve, so within full control of the applicant. So Mr. Trotter for the Council and the 42A report writer both concur that the proposal can be accommodated within the Kapiti Road Friendship Place roundabout without compromising the safe and efficient operation of Kapiti Road. My read of the remaining outstanding potential traffic related issue is that matter of the future monitoring and this adaptive management approach. And this relates to the reliability of the forecast turning count used at that intersection on a Saturday peak. So it's a very refined point of contention as I see it. Given potential uncertainty, there is some risk of congestion at the northwest approach to the intersection, and that is the purpose of condition 28 and that monitoring and trigger of additional works. So in a legal sense, at 36, I submit that this adaptive management conditioned approach is legally valid and appropriate. And over the page, I've just detailed the Supreme Court's quite helpful summary of the use of adaptive management from the King Salmon case. So it's quite a helpful snapshot to test this condition against in my submission. There must be good baseline information about the receiving environment. The conditions must set clear standards, and Mr. Kelly can speak to this, including his discussions with Mr. Nixon around this subset of level of service D being the trigger. There must be effective monitoring. The thresholds must be set to trigger the action before the effects become overly damaging, and in a traffic sense, that's in my submission quite appropriate here, and that there aren't ongoing residual effects should the condition be triggered, which leads to the last requirement being that effects that might arise must be able to be remedied before they become irreversible, which is easier done in a transport sense. I won't repeat paragraph 38. We've just applied the condition to those requirements, which I've summarised as we've gone through. So overall, in terms of transport effects, these have been robustly assessed. Both Mr. Kelly and Mr. Nixon for the council, also and the council, Mr. Trotters, transport engineer, agree that the traffic effects will be managed through the implementation of proposed conditions. And the proposed upgrades will contribute to safe access to the site. But we'll hear more on the transport matters, likely both from Mr. Kelly and also Ms. Panther-Knight in terms of the proposed condition. Economic effects, as I say, I don't understand there are matters in contention, so I'll move through this section slightly quicker. At 42, I've just outlined there Mr. Colgrave's assessment of the positive effects of the proposal, which aren't to be forgotten when we're in a more refined hearing like this one. And they're threefold in Mr. Colgrave's view, and I've summarised those there. Over the page at 43, Mr. Colgrave's also assessed these effects, which have the potential to go beyond trade competition and into retail distribution, and is of the view that there are no such effects in this case on identified centres. And lastly, in terms of his work streams, Mr. Colgrave has also assessed the industrial land supply point being driven by that policy framework within the general industrial zone. So overall in my submission, the proposal generates a range of economic benefits with only minor adverse effects, and that's been demonstrated by Mr. Colgrave's uncontested evidence. Moving to urban design, likewise, I don't understand there to be points in contention here, so I won't read this section word for word. There's been an urban design assessment by Mr. Knott, who's also on the call to present a summary statement as we go, and I'll leave that to Mr. Knott to present. That urban design assessment has been peer reviewed by the council, resulting in some amendments to the conditions, which, as I understand it, are all agreed is between council and the applicant. And on page 15, I've captured the remaining effects, mainly infrastructure, engineering type matters. Also feedback from local iwi has been incorporated into the conditions as well. So moving to the recently minted district plan, and this has been assessed by both Ms. Panther-Knight, but also other experts for the applicant. The key chapters are the business chapter, BA and also the general industrial chapter. So at 57, in my submission, the proposal is consistent with the key business activity policies. And I've outlined there why I see that, and I won't read that out. Ms. Panther-Knight also provides evidence on that, but happy to take any questions on it. There's two limbs to the relevant policy, BAP2. There's limb 1, which doesn't enable activities, but rather restricts activities. So it's in the converse, and also limb 2, which in my submission assists in the interpretation of limb 1. So 58, I've just summarised there the reasons why I see the proposal is consistent with these outcomes. It provides the community with access to goods and services. It represents an efficient use of existing infrastructure, and it integrates into that infrastructure. It's been carefully designed to ensure safe access and efficient transport. We'll obviously hear more about that. And it provides a modern, attractive development in keeping with that mixed use but general industrial zone environment. It's highly unlikely that the proposal will generate adverse reverse sensitivity effects just due to that general industrial anticipated environment. As I've summarised already, Mr. Colgrave's assessed impacts on industrial land, and the proposal will not have material impacts on that land supply, nor will it have impacts on the vitality and function of the Paraparaumu town centre. There is one particular limb requiring focus within BAP2, and this is B. The proposed retail activity serves a market beyond the daily convenience needs of immediate local residential neighbourhood. And Ms. Panther-Knight has identified that the proposal has the potential to be inconsistent with this, given the catchment of 8 kilometres of a supermarket. But overall, Ms. Panther-Knight considers that the proposal is not contrary to the policy when read as a whole. In my submission, when considered in the context of the relevant plan framework, the proposal is consistent with this policy. The proposed supermarket will operate as a standalone supermarket, meeting the needs of the visitors and locals within the catchment that it sits within. So in that sense, a supermarket in my submission is quite different to another big box retail activity that's more of a market destination. So in this respect, at 61, the proposal differs from more destination-focused retail that the policy framework seeks to avoid, such as big box centres-based retail. So that would be activities such as rebel sport or more destination shopping. Unlike a supermarket, which needs to sit within a catchment that it serves. For this reason, I submit that the proposal is largely consistent with this particular limb, and it's not the sort of activity that that limb is seeking to exclude through that avoid policy. So just provided some more detail there. I won't read that verbatim, but helpfully limb 2 of the same policy provides further context to the assessment of the policy when determining whether or not activities outside the centres are appropriate. And in my submission, that's quite helpful to assessing the consistency with the overall policy. So to tie that off at 65, in respect of the proposal, it's my submission that the requirement for the activity to meet the daily needs of the immediate residential context has been met. And as I've outlined, the effects of the proposal are appropriate when considered against that wider policy framework. So moving now to the general industrial zone, which is a separate chapter within the plan. The key policy in my submission here is P2. And the AEE and Ms. Panther-Knight has assessed the proposal against this policy. And the 42A report agrees that the proposal can be favourably considered against these provisions. The proposal does provide a small amount of industrial activity in the form of those additional 2 tenancies. And while the proposal in my submission is not specifically enabled by the zone, it is the sort of retail activity the sort of retail activity that the policy framework is seeking to discourage. And in this sense, there's some similar themes from my earlier discussion. It doesn't adversely affect adjoining or sensitive sites. It's in keeping with the character of the zone, and it will have a less than minor effect on those identified centres. And my understanding is the 42A report writer agrees with that assessment. So in summary, for those reasons, it's our case that the proposal is consistent with the outcomes of the general industrial zone also. Moving now through the higher order planning documents, which I'll move through relatively quickly. Obviously, the district plan is recently minted, and there's not a great need to forensically look above that or go beyond that. But I'll summarise briefly the MPS UD, and Ms. Panther Knight has assessed consistency with that, and that the proposal meets the anticipated demand without detriment to the ongoing efficiency of the surrounding industrial land. Also, likewise, the proposal is consistent with the outcomes of the RPS. In other matter, not critical to the case, but particularly relevant here is the Commerce Commission market study into the grocery sector, which has very recently been released over the last 2 weeks. The purpose of that study was to consider the high level of concentration in the grocery sector and potential competition concerns. And relevant to the RMA, the market study found that there's a lack of suitable sites for development of retail grocery stores in New Zealand. And the best way to improve that would be to improve the conditions for entry and expansion of grocery. So the market study concludes that to improve the availability of sites will address that competition concern. The market study also concluded that businesses attempting to use planning laws to hinder competitors' access to or ability to develop sites was raising the cost of expansion. So contrary to the view of the submitters, who in my submission are all trade competitors of the applicant, I submit that the granting of the proposal will assist to go in a way to meeting the recommendations of the market study in providing for another supermarket in the market. You're not bound by the recommendations of the market study, but in my submission, helpfully it's consistent with the MPS requirements regardless, in particular policy 1. As I say, there's not a particular need to go up to part 2 in this case in my submission. Ms. Panther Knight has assessed the application against part 2 regardless. Moving to the submissions, as I've already outlined, consent authorities must not have regard to the effects of trade competition. And linked to that, submitters who are trade competitors are therefore limited to what they can submit on. And the purpose of this is to stop trade competitors using the RMA to prevent rivals entering the market. And while the Templeton submission states they aren't a trade competitor, in my submission, it's well established that land and building owners and lessees can be trade competitors, and as can property developers. And quite relevantly, my authority for that is the local Kapiti Coast Airport case. So the 3 submissions are all from trade competitors, and they have cited adverse traffic effects as their reasons for opposing. So in my submission, the Commissioner needs to exercise caution in relation to that when considering these submissions, just to ensure that the relevant concerns are genuine direct environmental effects. So direct effects on those submitters from that transport network concern. There has been an exchange of additional information between Council and Mr. Kelly in relation to that particular concern. And there's also been a concern raised by Templeton as to whether the transport analysis has included all of Kapiti Landing's permitted and consented activities. Mr. Kelly can provide more detail on this, but in my submission it does, and it's been dealt with in the evidence. From a legal sense, though, at 86, in my submission, it's only the permitted activities that fall within that existing environment. If an activity requires a resource consent, either as controlled or restricted discretionary, then it doesn't form part of that existing legal environment. So the effects of the potential further development of Kapiti Landing beyond that activity, that permitted activity trigger, is not relevant to the Commissioner's consideration of the current consent. And rather, that's a matter for consenting in due course. Mr. Kelly's clarified that there is one consented but not yet implemented variation to the MITRE 10 that he has was so small in scale that it didn't require additional monitoring from what he's already done. And I suspect the Commissioner may have some questions on this and that it was touched on in the minute. So moving to the conditions of consent, again, I won't spend too much time on these and that I've covered them off going through the earlier points. There's agreement between the council and the applicant in relation to the conditions of consent. Over on page 25, I've just summarised here the mechanical approach of amended condition 28 in terms of some refinement to better provide for how that monitoring will work and how that potential trigger will kick in. And Mr. Kelly and Ms. Panther Knight will be able to speak to that. At 92A3, just a slight typo, sorry, where I've put an update to a level of service D. It should be a trigger of a level of service D, as in the level of service cannot fall beneath a level of service D with a maximum delay of 40 seconds. And if it does, the condition will be triggered. So my submission, that is an entirely a legal approach to addressing an effect of the proposal in the future. And at 26, I've just provided a summary of the submissions as I've read out. There has been some movement in terms of the witnesses, which I'll just clarify before taking any questions. So as I mentioned, Mr. Gibbons and Ms. Marshall are both on the call. They provided summary statements, but we're not proposing they read those out, but they're happy to take questions. Mr. Colgrave has been excused, so is not attending, but has provided a summary statement, which has been circulated to the parties. Mr. Bellingham's likewise not attending. So in terms of the witnesses that I'll call following questions, Mr. Knott, Urban Design, Mr. Kelly, Transport, and Ms. Panther Knight for planning and the conditions. But happy to take questions before we move to the witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Leakey. Just to clarify, the indicative agenda, we have the council officers down first. That was, I basically changed that because I'd like to, for the flow of the hearing, address the council officers at the end, and when they do their response, I'll ask them any questions that haven't been answered leading up to that point. But the first question I had, Mr. Leakey, was really just to clarify the exact nature of the site. In the section 42A report, the site is shown as going further than what it does on the application plans. So can you just please clarify the extent of the application site that we're considering?
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'll just loading up the plan here. And there's two aspects to it. There's a description of in the AEE. There's the broader site that's owned by the applicant. So that includes the Kapiti City Motors and the Carpet Court tenancy. So that's further to the northwest of the proposal. So the application site is the one more immediately adjoining that vacant placemakers building. So to the east of the roundabout.
I think the only reason that I asked that question was that when I went out to the site, you can actually enter the site from a sort of a slip lane that comes in through that area that appears to be on the application site, or at least it certainly joins it. But the application plans show a fence, I presume, that would block that off. Is that correct? By the roundabout.
I'll double check that in a practical sense about the fence. It looks as though the 42A applicate, well, 42A definition of site has just applied the full legal title, which isn't the more refined application site for the proposal. But I'll make a note of the question you had there about the fence and report back on that.
All right, thank you. Another question I had was at paragraph 2728, which is the permitted baseline. When I read that first, I wondered where you were going with that, but I think you've clarified that you're not concerned about the permitted baseline in terms of what's going on this site. Is that correct? You're more concerned with how the mitigation for the roundabout is assessed in terms of what's on the adjacent sites? Or... Yeah,
that's right. And that's a helpful clarification, Commissioner, that there's not a particularly relevant true permitted baseline in the general industrial zone for the supermarket. The anticipated environment of the general industrial zone in terms of amenity effects, etc., is quite relevant. But there I'm focused more on what is the legal receiving environment against which to assess the effects of this proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of paragraph 33, you've made that all of the mitigation works can be contained within the road reserve or on the land owned by the applicant or the landowner for this site.
Yes.
In reading Mr. Carr's evidence, I understood that he contends that the mitigation required at the roundabout could potentially encroach onto private land, depending on design and what the appropriate design might be. Is it your position that there's no encroachment required based on Mr. Kelly's evidence?
Yes, that's right. So following the receipt of Mr. Carr's evidence, Mr. Kelly's provided a forensic and detailed assessment of the proposed additional lane. And it's our case supported by that evidence that additional slipway can be entirely accommodated within the road reserve without the use of that third-party land. And that's shown in the latest Appendix A of Mr. Kelly's evidence. Right. So that's a difference of opinion in terms of focusing down on where there's not full alignment. That's a difference of opinion between Mr. Carr and Mr. Kelly on how much land would be required for that slipway.
So Mr. Appendix A of Mr. Kelly's evidence, are you referring to something that's come in recently or not the original evidence in chief, which just attaches the C1 plan, is that correct? Yeah, so it's that original. Loading it up here, but yeah, it's the CTD plan that's attached. It's revision C. Revision C. Okay. Yeah. And it's just shown. It's shown in blue. The additional works needed to add that additional lane, and also the splitter island works. Yeah. And while we're on that, there's no plan showing potential future mitigation with the approach lane, is there? There's no concept plan showing that, is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. So there's been no concept plan at this stage. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that it's not known at this stage whether the works will be necessary and when they will be necessary. But more importantly, there is more room to move at that location in terms of the additional lane. As I mentioned, it's already had 2 lanes historically within the road reserve. And in the unlikely event more land is needed, as I say, it's entirely controlled by the applicant to provide that land. So that's the reason that additional works hasn't been shown at this stage. All right, thank you for that. The next questions relate to the objectives and policies framework. If I understand your legal submissions correctly, you're saying that there are 2 limbs, and whilst this application is a non-complying activity, I think what you're saying is that because there are two limbs, it basically sets up a merits assessment because the second limb kicks in and you provide an overall assessment of the policy. Is that paraphrasing it correctly? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. So there's the two limbs, and in this case, it's our submission supported by the evidence that both are met. So the policy limb and the effects-based limb. So therefore, as you mentioned, that merits assessment under 104 kicks in to then further assess against the relevant matters, including the district plan and the effects.
So just finally, with your point about the permitted baseline receiving environment, I think what you said was that any future resource consent applications at the Kapiti landing site, which appears to be capable of being developed further, just from a quick site visit, there's a lot of vacant land there. Any resource consent there that triggers a consent based on traffic generation or parking numbers, for instance, would automatically require an assessment of the traffic effects of such an activity. I presume that would be a matter of assessment. I could probably ask the planners that question, but that's your legal position, isn't it? That future assessment would be required and any mitigation that's needed would be assessed at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So there's a few layers to that in my submission. There's the specific triggers within the airport zone, which were put into the district plan through the plan change that introduced that zone, and it's got some GFA caps, both in terms of individual activity types, but also a GFA cap for the whole site. So they were what the Environment Court put in place on my read of the plan change 72 decision to ensure that network effects would be assessed at the appropriate time, and which is when these applications are made for consent. The simpler, if you like, backstop is the high traffic generator rule, which sits in this plan, which kicks in regardless for activities with over 100 movements a day, in some instances 200 movements in others, and that would require consent, which would include an assessment against the network. So the reason that's particularly relevant here is that there is, and it was signalled back when the Environment Court made their decision on the Kapiti landing rezoning, that there is and was uncertainty as to timing of council upgrades. So the key upgrade, which is the additional link to the Kapiti site, parallel to Kapiti Road, is included in the long-term plan and is expected no later than, as I understand it, 2026, and the council can no doubt speak to that. But given that there are applicants, including my client and some of the submitters in the hearing, applying for consents prior to that, there's that need for the backstop of an assessment in a case-by-case way to make sure environmental effects are dealt with. So until that broader network is all in place, each application will need to mitigate its effects, and the time to do that in my submission is through consenting.
All right, thank you. Just one other question occurred to me. The bus stops, you've told me that's part of the proposal. Is that something that can be conditioned, or is that something that's up to another authority to address?
Yep, in my submission it can be conditioned. So the council is the road controlling authority for Kapiti Road. The bus stops are shown in that we know what they'll look like, we know how they'll function, and they have the support of council. So in my submission there's sufficient certainty there for them to be conditioned as part of this application.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I've got no further questions on the legal side of it, so ready to take your first witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, assuming there's no questions for Mr. Gibbons or Ms. Marshall, and that I'm happy to take questions through the day if anything comes up. I'll move to Mr. Knott, who I understand is on there we go, he's on my screen now. So Mr. Knott's prepared a summary statement, which he'll present and take questions.
Just hold for a moment. I may have some questions of Mr. Gibbons. Yeah, I possibly have got a question of Mr. Gibbons.
That's all right. I'm sure Mr. Gibbons will be happy to take a question. So I'll pass to Mr. Gibbons or to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Gibbons here, thank you. I've just got a sort of general question. In terms of the site, a question I have got for a number of witnesses actually is why can't, and this is a rhetorical question, why can't the slip lane or the potential need for a future slip lane, why can't you do that now? That's been asked by submitters. I guess it comes down to cost and whether it's really going to be needed. But has anyone done any work on what the cost of that slip lane might be? I've got no feeling for quantum, or have you thought about that, or whether it's a viable proposition to do that ahead of the planned works?
We haven't costed that up, but I guess we did do traffic assessment and what we thought would work. So we're, rather than overcompensating, we're building what is required. So I guess, and that's why we're going to look at doing some monitoring after it's built to see if we require it.
Yeah. What sort of work would be involved in building a slip lane there? It's sort of clear land, isn't it? And is it the sort of same cost as doing a big entrance into a property? Is that the sort of work that would be involved?
Yeah, without having a good look at what the final design would be, depending on the gradients, but typically, yes, it would be like the creating a new entrance.
All right, thank you. That's all I had for you, really. But appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, well, sorry, Mr. Leakey, we'll go to the next person now.
That's all right. We'll pass to Mr. Knott to present his summary and take any questions.
Yep, thank you for that.
Thank you and good morning, Commissioner. So I believe you have my summary in front of you, so I'll obviously skip the introduction. Are you okay if I start at key point 5, paragraph 5?
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you. So the site, as you well know, is zoned for industrial use and is currently vacant with a large footprint trade retail building on the site. There's a large car park area between the building and Kapiti Road and yard areas to the side and rear. And I think what's important about that is that arrangement is typical of the majority of developments in that local area, and particularly the parking between the building and the street. There are aspects of the site which mean that, in my opinion, it has significant merit as a location for a supermarket. And that includes the location of the site, including its frontage to an arterial road, its proximity to the Kapiti Landing Business Park, the fact that it doesn't adjoin any residential activity, and it's within an area which already contains a large number of developments that attract retail customers. And I've set out some more detail regarding those other activities in my original urban design assessment and in my evidence in chief. Paragraph 7. The proposed development of a supermarket and trade retail buildings responds to the opportunities of the site and also to the functional requirements of the supermarket design. Amongst other things, this includes delivering a well-designed facade to Kapiti Road with large areas of glazing and an online order area which will bring activity to the building frontage and provide passive surveillance of Kapiti Road and of the supermarket car park. In addition, the proposal will deliver a high-quality, landscaped, easy-to-use car park between the buildings and the street. Just returning to one point I've made there, that's that issue of the online order area. That's something which I'm sure you would have seen has been increasingly integrated into new countdowns. And it is a great opportunity from my perspective to bring further activity to the front of the store. So actually the fact that we've got that, I think is in itself a significant benefit, having that, the further people turning up and the movement that's associated with that is very positive. Moving to paragraph 8, As a result of this, the development responds positively to the expectations of policy GIZP1, which is land use and built form in the general industrial zone. In relation to policy GIZP2, which is non-industrial activities in a general industrial zone, I consider the development reflects the character and standards of amenity in the surrounding zone and would be fully compatible with its surroundings. The concept landscape scheme responds to the key treatments in the council's streetscape strategy and guidelines, those which are relevant to private land in particular. The site is currently devoid of planting and there are clear views across the site to the buildings, whereas the landscape scheme will provide layers of planting which will clearly delineate the site frontage, reduce views of parked cars and disrupt direct views to the proposed buildings. The planting ensures the car park is broken into discrete zones. In relation to urban design matters discussed in the section 42A report, I note the peer review prepared for the council recognises that the proposed development will not be out of character with the existing environment. Whilst I accept there are some locations which provide the opportunity for a different approach to the design of a supermarket development, given the local environment, I do not consider that this is a site which does present these opportunities and consider the proposal represents an appropriate response to its surroundings. I note the council response to the applicant's evidence, 15th of March 2022. Ms. Ryden confirms that the plans referenced in condition 1 show that the parent accessible electric vehicle parking areas will be differentiated from the general parking area, and this will break up the perceived expanse of the parking area, and the council is happy to remove the previously proposed condition 12. So in conclusion, having considered the matters raised in the urban design peer review and more broadly in the section 42A report, I remain of the opinion that the proposed development has been designed to appropriately balance the opportunities offered by the site and the requirements for supermarket design. The proposal takes account of the expectations of the council's guidelines, the crime prevention through environmental design guidelines and policy GIZP1. The proposal represents an appropriate urban design and landscape response to the context, which will ensure the development will be integrated into its surroundings. I consider that from an urban design perspective, the potential adverse effects will be no more than minor, and the proposal has been designed to respond to and ensure consistency with policies GIZP1 and P2 of the operative district plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knott. Yeah, thank you for that. The only questions I had really are relating to conditions. The condition 13, I don't know if you have it nearby. I always cast a critical eye on conditions, and the first thing I'm looking for is implementation. The condition 13 requires a landscape plan to be provided, but I can't see where it requires it to be implemented. There's an implementation plan required, but is that something that you've turned your mind to as to whether all that condition requires, as I see it, is a plan to be supplied to council? Do you think it needs a further follow-up condition that says it shall be implemented within a certain amount of time, that sort of thing, or do you think it stands by itself?
Well, actually, that condition mentions rather than the landscape plan, which we already have the concept of, it requires the landscape management plan.
Yes.
So I suppose the timing could be one of the matters included within the management plan itself. So rather than requiring any other reference to timing, that perhaps could be a further bullet point. Yes, timing of the implementation.
But what would the timing be? I mean, as the condition stands, there's no timing. Would it be within one? No,
that's right. But I think the landscape management plan could confirm the timing, or we could specify the timing. So I mean, the timing would be either the first planting season after other physical works have completed on the site,
yes.
Or it could be left to be agreed as part of the management plan.
I think it's important with conditions to be as precise as possible, not leave it to a council officer to decide when it should be done. So what would be your recommendation for timing?
I think my recommendation would be the first planting season after completion of other physical works.
Okay. All right. No, look, that's fine. And in terms of the condition itself, a landscape management plan shall be provided and shall achieve the outcomes of the approved landscape concept plan. Now, I've looked at the landscape concept plan, and it includes 3 plans. One's a concept plan, one's a planting schedule, and I think that's about it, but it doesn't have any outcomes. It doesn't have any objectives or outcomes. Is it your evidence that basically this is a fairly straightforward site and it doesn't need any objectives to be met? It's simply a matter of putting these plants in and everything will be fine. Is that what you're saying? I mean, I just need to understand what the
I think I've set out the objectives of that really in my evidence in chief in many respects, and in the urban design statement, where I talk about the layering of planting across the site that's shown within the plan, breaks down the expanse of the car park and breaks down views of the front of the development. So I've sort of discussed that, I think, in the evidence, and as I said in my report. So providing that we're confident that any plan moving forward is based upon this, it will achieve those objectives. So I'm not sure that we need to repeat them, I guess.
Are those objectives that you just mentioned, are they in the urban design report or not?
I think I mentioned them in the urban design report without going back and double checking. I mean, I don't know they're expressed as objectives as such. That's perhaps the issue. Okay. What I've done is I've actually, so I'm just pulling up my report. In my urban design report, I have a section regarding landscaping and paving, yes, and I discuss basically the outcomes that achieves, I suppose, really.
All right. Yeah, no, look, that's fine. You've answered the question. I guess it's just a matter of the condition itself, which will come back to planning witnesses as well. But you've made yourself clear, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got no further questions, Mr. Knott, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. We'll now move to transport. So I see Mr. Kelly's on the screen now. Likewise, Mr. Kelly's prepared a summary statement, which he'll present and take questions.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I'll just get your statement. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Very good. Okay. Ready when you are. Thank you.
Good to go. All right. Perhaps we'll just skip paragraphs 1 to 3. Can take those as read, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
So paragraph 4, I'm simply really making the point on providing a summary of the key points in my evidence in chief, and to assist the hearing, given that statement, evidence in chief was finalised prior to the receipt of the 42A report. I also provide comments here on the 42A report, also on submitted evidence and the hearing version of the proposed conditions of consent as they relate to transportation matters. So picking up at paragraph 5, the proposal, including both a countdown supermarket and associated trade retail tenancies at 160 Kapiti Road, has been the subject of extensive and detailed assessments to both identify and address potential effects upon the operation of the transportation network. I'll just take a moment there just to emphasise that this is not just a countdown supermarket. Inevitably, we're focused on the countdown supermarket, but it does include 2 retail tenancies as well. And just to clarify, those have been included in all of my assessments. So we have allowed for the effects of those as well as the supermarket. So paragraph 6, these assessments examine potential impacts upon the length of the Kapiti Road corridor between the Langdale Avenue and Arafata Road intersections. The methodology and time periods adopted were intentionally for a worst case assessment. So again, I just want to emphasize, that the focus of the issues raised in submissions and elsewhere has been on the Friendship Place roundabout, but the assessments did relate to the entire corridor of Kapiti Road, because at the outset we wanted to ensure that the effects were not more widespread of the proposal. And what that assessment showed was that the effects are predictably focused around the immediate access point at the Friendship Place roundabout. And just relating to that worst case assessment, this is what we always do with transport assessments, and the figures that we then quote for a worst case assessment are obviously the subject of discussion and become regarded as the norm rather than a worst case. So I just want to emphasize that whilst we can quantify the traffic increases associated with a proposal like this, we cannot quantify a number of the reductions that also happen. So for example, the relief in traffic conditions that may happen around other retail offers in the district, we can't quantify those, so we don't take those into account. So that's why I call this a worst case assessment. Paragraph 7, Council raised a number of matters in relation to the assessments through the Section 92 information requests, all of which have been addressed to its satisfaction, and there are no outstanding or residual issues. The design of the site will ensure its ease of use by vehicle movements associated with customers, staff and service vehicles. The site will be self-sufficient with regard to the provision of off-street parking. Provision will be made for cycle parking, and a travel plan has been proposed to encourage the uptake of alternatives to the private car, primarily for staff movements. The applicant has volunteered a package of measures within the road reserve to promote the use of public transport, ensure safety and preempt the possibility of any significant additional delays. The provision of an additional traffic lane on the Friendship Place approach to the Kapiti Road roundabout will mitigate effects associated with the proposal, and I emphasise this, will also be beneficial for vehicle movements exiting from the Kapiti landing area. I should add that also applies to the bus stops which we're proposing, which will be beneficial for Kapiti landing as well as the proposal. Uncertainty in the traffic modelling process has been acknowledged and has been addressed through an appropriate condition, and that's number 28, which you've already referred to. Submitters have raised issues which primarily relate to traffic growth, the form and timing of the proposed mitigation. No submitter has presented any contrary information regarding existing and forecast traffic volumes. Only one submitter has undertaken modelling, which largely confirms the findings of my own assessments. So regardless of my views and what I say to you now, all of the matters raised by submitters have been rebutted by Council, and I concur with the Council's assessment. The Council's Transport Safety Officer, Mr. Trotter, considers the proposal to be acceptable and with a level of effect which is less than minor. The planning officer agrees, enabling her to recommend that consent be granted. I'll now comment on that section 42A report. I've read the report of the council planning officer and the supporting statement of evidence produced by Mr. Trotter, the council's transport safety leader. These documents, in my view, present a comprehensive assessment of the proposal and an accurate summary of the liaison which has taken place between the applicant and the council. I note specifically that Mr. Trotter agrees that the trip rates applied in my assessment are conservative. He agrees with the application of the trip rates, the time periods assessed, and the geographic extent of the model. He agrees that proposed mitigation can be achieved within road reserve and will provide an adequate level of service. He agrees that the proposed condition is an appropriate way of dealing with the Saturday peak period growth issue. He agrees that the effects on the wider network are limited. He agrees that the proposed access arrangements are satisfactory and that servicing activity can be accommodated. And finally, he is fully supportive of the travel plan initiatives. Mr. Trotter rebuts all of the concerns raised by the submissions. Finally, Mr. Trotter concludes that the proposal is acceptable from an overall transportation point of view and that the effects will be less than minor. The planning officer concurs with Mr. Trotter's assessment, leading her to recommend that the Commissioner grant consent subject to conditions. Turning to the proposed consent conditions, I accept all of the transport-related conditions as appropriate, subject to my comments about proposed condition 28 below, which I've now discussed and resolved with Mr. Trotter. Proposed condition 28 is the key one and relates to the monitoring of delays at the Friendship Place roundabout and the triggers for mitigation. Whilst I'm in general agreement with the intent of the condition, I consider that amendments can be made in order to ensure that it is as certain and enforceable as possible.
Oh, Mr. Kelly.
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Just interrupt you for a moment. We're having I'm not sure if anyone else is having trouble. Yes, you are too. Yes.
You've just appeared from you.
For a moment.
No, it was mine as well.
Sorry, Tim, if you can hear me, we're just trying to reconnect.
Yeah, that's okay. I can hear you.
Had a bit of a glitch just then. Is anyone else having problems with Tim's feed? You're okay? Okay, I think we're back in business, are we?
Yeah, I just need to check the recording.
We're just checking the recording.
I think it's still all right.
I think we're okay, Tim. I'm not sure what went wrong there, sorry, but carry on. Yep.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm not sure where we lost you. Perhaps if I just go back to paragraph 16, I don't want to be too repetitive, but I'm not sure where you dropped out there.
Yep, 16, yep.
Yeah. So really all I'm saying is that Mr. Trotter on behalf of council has rebutted all of the concerns raised by submissions. And he concluded from that the proposal is acceptable from an overall transportation point of view and that the effects will be less than minor. And at 18, the planning officer concurs with Mr. Trotter's assessment, leading her to recommend that the commissioner grant consent subject to conditions. And then I turn to those conditions, and in particular, the key condition, condition 28, which I've now discussed and resolved the details with Mr. Trotter. Now, this condition 28 relates to the monitoring of delays at the Friendship Place roundabout and the triggers for mitigation. Whilst I am in general agreement with the intent of the condition, I consider that amendments can be made in order to ensure that it is as certain and enforceable as possible, with a general philosophy of keeping things simple. So firstly, I consider that comparing the results of surveys carried out before and after the operation of the proposal to quantify the effects of the proposal implicitly assumes that all other factors in the background remain constant. In practice, even natural variability in volumes between days could introduce differences which are unrelated to the operation of the proposal. And I stress that could go either way, either favouring the analysis or not. In my view, a more efficient and targeted approach would be to undertake a single survey of all movements post-opening and after a suitable time period to account for the novelty factor of a new store offering. I'll just say there that you'll understand that when a store like this opens, there may be an initial period where people just go and see what the offer is, and then things will settle down after a period of time. As the movements to and from the proposal can be readily identified, these can then be removed to give the without proposal scenario for the same time period on which the agreed SIDRA assessment can then be undertaken. Secondly, the proposed survey and assessment can be undertaken within 12 months of the commencement of operation of the proposal. I see no necessity to extend that out to 24 months, particularly as I believe all parties would wish to see certainty in the provision of mitigation measures as soon as practically possible, if required. And finally, I consider that the requirement proposed by council that the level of service should not drop below C to be unduly strict in the context of assessments for the busiest hour of the peak periods in an urban area. In my view, a standard of level of service D would offer acceptable network performance for such periods. 21, I say I've discussed these points with Mr. Trotter, and we have agreed on points A and B above, and on point C, we have agreed that the application of level of service D up to a maximum delay of 40 seconds per vehicle is appropriate. Just to clarify for you, level of service D normally covers a delay range of 35 to 50 seconds. So we're going to peg that at 40 seconds, and I feel that's reasonable. Based on these comments, proposed amendments to the wording of condition 28 are included in the summary evidence of K Panther Night. Now turn to the submitter evidence, and firstly the statement of evidence from Andy Carr on behalf of the Templeton Group. Mr. Carr identifies a number of concerns, and concern 1, which he discusses at paragraphs 18 to 31 of his statement, is critical of the negative growth rates adopted for the Saturday peak period model. Now, regardless of those rates, this matter has been discussed extensively with Council, as detailed in the Section 92 responses, and as a result, we agreed to adopt a zero growth assumption for that time period. Therefore, a negative growth rate is not relied upon. Uncertainty in future volumes for this period has been acknowledged and has been addressed through the proposed conditions, as I've just discussed. Mr. Carr raises the issue of further potential development within the airport mixed-use precinct. Development of up to 102,900 meters squared gross floor area in this area has controlled activity status. As set out in Ms. Panther Knight's primary evidence, the applicable rule of the district plan requires any development exceeding 43,050 meters squared in total to seek resource consent, including the provision of a transport assessment to consider the cumulative impact on the safety and efficiency of the transport network. Further, as set out in Ms. Panther Knight's primary evidence, trip generation thresholds are set out in the transport chapter of the district plan, and you touched on this earlier this morning, which require restricted discretionary activity status to infringe, and again, the provision of a transport assessment. Any such assessment would, in my view, be likely to identify capacity issues at the Friendship Place roundabout. In this regard, the mitigation measure, which is currently proposed, will be beneficial for both the efficiency of existing movements exiting from the Kapiti landing development and also for the prospects of securing further development in this area. Mr. Carr, at his concern 2, raises concerns regarding the viability of the proposed mitigation measures. Regarding the additional approach lane from Friendship Place, Mr. Carr acknowledges that this provides an increase in capacity, but is critical of the proposed length. In my view, the issue is whether this provides sufficient additional capacity to mitigate the identified effect of the proposal, and modelling confirms that this is the case. The provision of a longer approach lane is not necessary to address the effects of the proposal. Mr. Carr is correct at his paragraph 43 that we have not provided indicative plans for the additional lane on the Kapiti Road northwest approach, and questions as a result how we can be sure that this can be achieved within road reserve. Firstly, when this roundabout was originally constructed, this approach had 2 lanes. And if you look at Google Earth images, you'll see 2 lanes on this approach. And I understand that 1 lane was subsequently removed to address a safety issue associated with 2 through traffic lanes at this point. So space has already been demonstrated to be available to accommodate a 2nd lane. Secondly, even if the design were to require any incursion into the adjacent land, this land is in the ownership of the applicant, and so its use would not be problematic. With regard to these issues, I note that Mr. Carr has not presented any alternate calculations of traffic growth, any capacity assessments of the roundabout, or any evidence that the proposed mitigation cannot be achieved. I now address the evidence of Michael Nixon on behalf of New World or Foodstuffs. Many of the comments made by Mr. Nixon are actually points of agreement with my assessments. Mr. Nixon has undertaken SIDRA modelling of his own of the Friendship Place roundabout. Reassuringly, this appears to confirm my results, leading him to confirm that the short left turn lane proposed on the Friendship Place approach provides the required mitigation. The only points in which we differ appear to relate to the design of this mitigation measure and the point in time at which the additional left turn lane is required on the Kapiti Road Northwest approach. Regarding the design, I do not consider that effectively widening the Friendship Place approach to accommodate 2 vehicles raises any safety issues. The provision of a longer 2nd approach lane may provide some additional benefit, but as I said earlier, is not necessary in order to provide the required level of mitigation for the proposal. As I noted above, I consider that the provision of any additional capacity on the Friendship Place approach will be beneficial for those businesses operating within the Kapiti landing area. And I'm surprised as a result that the relevant landowner has not already sought to make this improvement for the benefit of their own tenants, given its concerns about actual and potential delays on this approach to the roundabout. In my view, condition 28, with amendments as proposed in Ms. Panther Knight's summary statement, is a pragmatic means of addressing uncertainty in the Saturday peak period traffic volumes, and Council is comfortable with this approach. The construction of an additional approach lane at the outset, which may not be required, is not warranted. In conclusion, my understanding is that Countdown has a strong track record in the development and operation of sites which are internally safe and efficient and which minimize impacts on the adjacent road network. In my view, the proposed arrangements will operate safely and without causing congestion on the adjacent road network. And there is consensus on these matters from the council. There's just a few additional points I'd make in relation to things I've already heard this morning, just for the sake of clarification and possibly preempting questions from yourself. Firstly, there was a discussion around mitigation within the road reserve, and I sensed yourself and Mr. Leckie were talking slightly at cross purposes, because you were referring, I think, to the approach lane on the Kapiti Road Northwest approach. And as I've said, we haven't drawn up plans of that, but we're very comfortable that can be achieved within road reserve. And even if land is required beyond that, that is not a problem. The next point related to bus stops, there was discussion about the need for agreement from council. Council is more than happy with that approach, but of course buses are operated by Greater Wellington. An agreement is also needed from Greater Wellington because it has a potential impact on the operation of bus services, but I don't foresee they would have any problems with providing additional stops in that area. And also you asked of Mr. Gibbon as to why the slip lane can't be done now. I think this referred to the left turn lane from the Kapiti Road Northwest approach. And the answer to that is simply, as I've just said, that it may not be needed. And if there's a likelihood that it may not be needed, I wouldn't recommend doing it at the outset, but there are no physical impediments to doing that. And the final point I'll just make is that you, Mr. Commissioner, you've been suggested there may be a need for the traffic witnesses to get together and produce a joint witness statement after this hearing. You've heard from me that there's a lot of common ground between myself and council, and actually quite a bit of common ground, I think, with submitters too. And I think the residual issues are actually fairly minor in scope. Obviously, you've yet to hear from the submitters, but at this stage, in my view, I don't feel time spent doing a joint witness statement is really justified, but we'll wait and see what comes up later on. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. We'll take a break shortly, but I'll just ask a couple of questions now, Mr. Kelly, and then come back to you if I can. Just on that joint witness statement, I take your point on that, but is it not true that the key point of contention is the expected capacity of the network, rather the traffic on the network and the growth rate that's been assumed? Isn't that a fundamental point of difference between you and Mr. Carr?
It is. We've agreed that, of course, with Mr. Trotter for council, and this relates to the Saturday period. Regardless of that disagreement, we've addressed the uncertainty in those Saturday volumes with the proposed condition, and I think that's the pragmatic way of dealing with it. I think we can all agree Saturday volumes are subject to uncertainty, and having a condition which both captures and addresses that uncertainty is really the way to go.
Right. And probably one other question before we take a break was just the, have you done any sensitivity analysis, I guess, in case the growth is, say, 1% or 2% rather than 0%? Will that have any impact on the mitigations that are proposed and contained within road reserve?
Well, that is part of the uncertainty out there in traffic volumes. Obviously, we live in difficult times in terms of getting accurate information about trends in traffic volumes with COVID and everything else happening. And that's why my assessment was largely based on pre-COVID volumes rather than post or during COVID volumes. I accept there's uncertainty in volumes, and that's why we have the conditions of consent to acknowledge that uncertainty and deal with it if it arises. But traffic growth could just as easily go the other way.
Yes, but does the mitigation and the condition 28 not relate solely to a 0% or a zero growth rate rather than a 1 or 2% growth rate? Have you done any work on that?
It relates to the zero growth assumption, and what we're saying is that if that comes about or the growth is higher, then the appropriate mitigation is in the form of providing that additional left turn lane from Kapiti Road Northwest, and we know we can do that.
Thank you for that. I've got some other questions, and we'll take a short break for 10 minutes and come back at 10:40. Okay, so thank you very much. All right. Okay, we'll start again. I think everybody's back on. Thanks, Mr. Kelly, for hanging on for the next lot of questions. Obviously your evidence is critical to this hearing, so there's a number of questions, but we have covered quite a bit of stuff already. I'll just go through some questions I had on your summary in sequence, really. I was just going to ask, can you help me understand what the access situation is at the the west? In other words, the existing site as it's laid out, you can drive onto the site as you're approaching from the beach, from that side. You can drive in there through a sort of a slip lane road that goes into the site. What's the status of that land? Is that road reserve?
Well, I'm just looking at the KCDC aerials at the moment. There is access to the former placemaker's site. Is from the fourth arm of the roundabout, sort of on the northeast side, if you like. And then there's this slightly odd arrangement where you can travel parallel to Kapiti Road and come out further to the south and east, and all of that land is within the property.
Is it?
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, and I guess part of I can see now on the plan that there's an access sort of link. That little roadway, if you like, links into the site beyond the access arm, doesn't it? There's an in-out sort of arrangement that carries on there link between the existing businesses and the proposed new development. You can interact between those two pieces.
Oh, you mean between the Kapiti Coast Ford, I think it is, to the
That's right.
West. Yes, that land is also owned by the applicant as well.
Right. So that'll connect up. That'll remain connected. Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. Understood. All right. Thank you for that. Now, the travel plan. There is a condition on that. Initially, I didn't see that, but there is a condition requiring a travel plan, isn't there?
That's right.
So that is a feature. That's a part of the application, that there'll be a travel plan implemented by conditions and so forth. Is that right? Okay.
That's correct. It is a draft, and the purpose of that, of course, is to discuss more of the detail with council if consent is granted. The intent, I mean, you understand it with the supermarket. There's no doubt it is car orientated, and there's a limited amount you can do to change the travel behaviour of customers, but there is quite a lot you can do to change the travel behaviour of staff, and therefore that is really the focus of the travel plan, around educational, around alternative travel modes, and providing end of trip facilities for cycles and all that sort of thing. And of course, the provision of 2 bus stops will be beneficial for that as well, by making it convenient for those who don't have a car to get to the store.
Right. Okay. All right. So that is a part of the application. In terms of paragraph 9, the mitigation and the additional approach, do I understand it right? The approach lane, when you talk about the approach lane on Friendship Place roundabout, that's the lane that turns left onto Kapiti Road. Is that, so it's approaching Kapiti Road? Is that how you?
That's correct. So the current situation is on that approach, there's a single lane which doesn't enable vehicles to sit side by side. So if somebody's wanting to turn left,
yes,
they will block somebody waiting to turn right, and vice versa. So the benefit of that lane is simply to enable those 2 vehicle movements to go at the same time.
So that's what you call an approach lane. Okay, that's fine.
That's right, yes.
And if I understand it right, Mr. Carr has drawn a diagram in his evidence that shows it's very tight in there, and I think he's asking that, or he's pointing out that it might need to be wider than that to accommodate more vehicles, and you take a different view. You think it's sufficient?
Well, I think the point Mr. Carr's making is that it's the length of the lane would only enable 2 cars to sit side by side, basically at the stop line at the roundabout approach. Yes. And I agree with that, but that provides the benefit we need to mitigate the effects of the supermarket. So my point is, well, if that achieves the intended purpose, then why do more than that?
Yes, understood. Okay, we'll hear from Mr. Carr further on that. Paragraph 20B. Yes, the revised condition 28 in your paragraph 20B. So you're saying that the change in that condition would see certainty in the provision of mitigation measures as soon as possible. So rather than wait 2 years, it'll be 1 year. So it's more certain. Would it be fair to say that it also reduces the risk because it's bringing the measures forward if they're needed by a year, so it's 12 months instead of 24 months, so it's a risk.
Yeah, I mean, it may do, but from my point of view, the effects of the supermarket should be apparent, you know, after that settling down period, and that will happen fairly quickly, probably, you know, within sort of 3 to 6 months. And so at 12 months, it should be pretty clear what the effects of the operation of this site are. And so therefore we can quantify those. And I just sense that other parties are concerned about the uncertainty of provision of that mitigation, and it's better to achieve that sooner rather than later if we can. All right,
understood. Okay, paragraph 23. I asked you a question about any sensitivity analysis that might have been done. So what I think I understand it, but I want to be absolutely clear in my mind that I do understand it. Initially, you assumed a slight negative growth rate, and then council asked you to consider a zero growth rate, which you've happily done. And I asked you a question about if traffic, in fact, was higher than that, if it's say 1 or 2% or even higher. I think your answer was that's covered by condition 28 because whatever mitigation is required can be accommodated on the applicant's land or the owner's land. Is that true that if it was 2% growth, you'd still feel confident you could design something to work on that land?
Okay, what I might do is just take a little step back here and just explain how I went about addressing the growth. We've modelled 2 time periods. So we've modelled the weekday PM peak within the peak, and we've also modelled the Saturday peak period. And what we do in those for each of those periods is that we look at the trends in existing traffic counts for those areas. And for the weekday PM peak period, there is a trend for growth. I think it was something like 1.4% per annum. So we applied that to the analysis. For the Saturday period, the trend appeared to be a downward trend, a very slight downward trend, but a downward trend nonetheless. Reasons for that are unclear. There could be a variety of causes of that. And that was a concern of council to adopt that. So we agreed to adopt a zero growth proposal, which in a sense is the sensitivity test you're talking about.
Yes.
And applying that zero growth proposal suggested that there could be a capacity problem on the Kapiti Road Northwest approach to the roundabout. Now, also mixed up in that is the reliability of the underlying counts for the Saturday period. And part of the problem here is that Saturday counts are naturally just more variable than weekday counts because you get all sorts of things, kids' sports that may or may not be on, shopping, you know, all that sort of thing. So for that reason, it's appropriate to monitor the volumes in the future and then develop a mitigation measure which can address that. If that growth was to be 2%, I'd still be confident that that left turn lane can accommodate that. I would emphasize that, you know, if growth rates are higher, then irrespective of the supermarket proposal, conditions for traffic exiting Friendship Place will deteriorate. So what we're proposing is a measure on that approach, which is actually beneficial to Kapiti Landing. So if we weren't proposing a supermarket, conditions would deteriorate for vehicle movements exiting from the Kapiti Landing approach. So that just appears to me to be benefit for the other parties involved in this.
All right, understood. No, that's fine. I'll be interested to hear from the other traffic witnesses on that point too. Thank you for that. I'll just move on. Paragraph 29. You note that Mr. Carr has not presented any alternative calculations of traffic growth, any capacity assessments or modelling, etc. I'm just wondering how far we would expect the submitter to go with providing detailed traffic analysis. Yeah, I mean, it's a point for me to consider, but I think what Mr. Carr has done is critiqued the work that's been done and pointed to potential deficiencies. But is your sort of response, well, you should do the work yourselves to prove that I'm wrong?
No, I'm not suggesting for a moment that Mr. Carr should undertake an analysis to the sort of level of detail that I have, but to undertake a fairly quick SIDR assessment of the roundabout, maybe to prove his point about the effects of insufficient lane length would be a pretty quick piece of work. And I note that Mr. Nixon has actually undertaken that sort of SIDR assessment. So
right.
I agree, as a submitter, you're not expected to do that sort of in-depth analysis, but you can do a quick assessment that would prove your point.
Right, okay. And so just while we're on that, Mr. Nixon, you're saying that there's some commonality between you on that point. In paragraph 32, you say the only points you differ appear to relate to the design of the mitigation measure. Is that, which mitigation measure is that? Is that the approach, the potential approach lane, or is it the roundabout?
It's the approach lane on the Friendship Place approach. I think Mr. Nixon, and obviously he will talk to this later, but I think his view is there is a potential safety issue there, and that's why I responded to that in my summary statement, because I don't believe there's a safety issue by providing an ability for one vehicle to stop beside another.
I see. Okay, understood. Thank you. Right. You've answered my other question I had there. Excuse me one moment. Got no further questions at this stage, Mr. Kelly. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, so Licky, that's to your next.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll now move to Ms. Anthonite, who has prepared a summary statement, which Commissioner and all the parties hopefully have in front of them. And Ms. Anthonite will take any questions after that.
Thank you, Ms. Anthonite. Thank you for preparing that summary. If you could just go through that and paraphrase it as best you can, that would be great. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we could turn to paragraph 5 to commence.
Yep.
What we're discussing here is the description of the proposal, which you've heard from Mr. Leakey and a number of witnesses today. So I'll just clarify there that we're talking about the land at 160 Kapiti Road. And there's also been a question about that, Mr. Chair. I wonder, is it possible for me to share a screen so I can talk to that component in a little more detail? I think it would be beneficial.
Yes, certainly.
Alternatively, if you have the assessment of environmental effects in front of you and figure 2 on page 5.
Okay. Just wait for a moment. Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. So if you flick up a little bit prior to that, you have figure 1 in the assessment of environmental effects, and that shows a sort of dotted outline of the location of the site relative to the surrounding development. And then figure 2 over the page essentially outlines what I've determined or referred to as the area of works.
Yes.
That dotted outline aligns with the proposed site plan that forms part of the application that is proposed to be conditioned in condition 1, and it shows the area of development and the area of the remainder of the site that will remain as existing.
Right, so that's that doesn't have its own legal description, does it? It's just part of the wider site, I presume.
That's correct. So in this circumstance, the section 42A has outlined the legal boundaries of the site, and that is what comprises 160 Kapiti Road.
Yes.
At some point, it's likely there will be a subdivision application that will realign boundaries within the site, and that will be subject to consideration of various infrastructure connections or similar. And I would note that the design of those services has been established with an expectation that that will occur in the future. And an example of that is consideration of the 3 tenancies on the site, being the supermarket and the 2 trade retail tenancies, to confirm they've each got individual connections.
Right, and just while we're on that, I asked a couple of questions about the slip road, if you like, that's there now. You can see it on your figure 2 quite clearly.
Yes.
What will there be to stop cars continuing to drive along there and onto the site? Will there be some? There's obviously not a fence because there's still going to be a connection, isn't there, between the 2 sites? That's
correct. So there's nothing in the proposal to stop that. And I also, like Mr. Kelly, had the council's GIS plans up before. The area that you can see in figure 2 shows that land further to the northwest is part of the road reserve or part of Kapiti's Kapiti Council's ownership. And it's only the point at which you get to the northern corner of the site that it becomes private property.
All right, no, thank you for that. Thank you. That's good.
Thank you.
Okay.
So back to paragraph 5. The proposal is to develop the land at 160 Kapiti Road, as just discussed, to construct and operate a supermarket activity and 2 trade retail activities, along with associated car parking, access servicing, including flood storage tanks and landscaping. Off-site mitigation in the form of an additional left turn lane within the road reserve of Friendship Place, a pedestrian refuge on Kapiti Road, and possible bus stops is also included in the proposal. As you know, the proposal requires consent for a non-complying activity under the plan. There was some commentary in the Section 42A report and my primary evidence in chief in respect of additional consent matters, and I addressed that at paragraph 20 of my primary statement, where I confirmed that I agreed with the provision of a new consent matter in respect of construction of a type 2C building on sand soils requiring restricted discretionary activity consent under rule NH-EQR 23 of the plan, and then some commentary around the provision of considering additional consent matters for offices, which in my view is not required because that's ancillary to the supermarket activity, and also consideration of seeking consent with respect to off-licensed premises. Again, in my view, forms part of the supermarket, but given it's non-complying relative to the supermarket as well, I have no issue with council imposing that consent requirement and it being considered as part of the border proposal.
Yeah, I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just interrupt you as you go. It's more convenient to ask you questions as we go through. Just a question I'll have of Ms. Ryden is, does she agree that the officers, the ancillary officers, do not require a consent? They're part of the principal activity for which you're applying for consent. So I'll ask you that, Ms. Ryden, to address later on. And the other matter that came up in reading the documents was that there's apparently a designation over the site for plantation forestry or something like that. I don't quite know what that's all about, but does that require separate approval from council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a plantation reserve, and if you've got my assessment of environmental effects in front of you, take a look at figure 4 on page 7. It's actually it's tricky to see given the other overlays, but in respect of that figure, it's the blue outline in the northeastern corner, quite some distance from that area of works we were discussing. So the designation remains unaffected by this proposal.
Oh, okay. Okay, that puts that one to bed. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So back to paragraph 7 of my summary statement. So there I just talk about the assessment that I've undertaken in both the application and my primary evidence in respect of effects, including that the proposal results in less than minor adverse effects overall with respect to transport, economics, urban design, including signage, servicing and infrastructure, natural hazards, temporary construction, contaminated soil and cultural values. The applicant's evidence has considered in detail effects relating to economics, transport and urban design, and you've heard from those witnesses today. We've heard from transport and urban design and we agree economics is not contested, but briefly I'll summarise. Those assessments and evidence conclude the effects on the role, function, health and vitality of centres, particularly Paraparaumu town centre, are less than minor, and the proposal will not cause retail distribution effects that result in any tumbleweed scenario. Further, there is no shortage of industrial land supply, such that the proposal adversely affects the district's ability to accommodate industrial use demand, including having regard to reverse sensitivity effects on adjacent industrial land. The use of the site for a supermarket and permitted trade retail is suitable in urban design terms. I won't repeat that statement. Mr. Not set that out clearly this morning. I will just note towards the bottom of that paragraph B, the operational and functional requirements are well provided for in this design, including appropriate separation of public and service vehicle manoeuvring, clear legible connection between street, car park and store entrance, and recognisable and attractive modern branding. And then finally, with regards to transport effects, they've been comprehensively assessed by Mr. Kelly. You've had a discussion with him this morning, and both Mr. Kelly and Mr. Trotter conclude with suitable mitigation to be imposed by clear and enforceable conditions, which I sense we will discuss shortly. The effects on the transport network are less than minor. I've also undertaken a detailed assessment of the relevant objectives, policies, rules and assessment criteria where relevant of all the relevant planning documents. And I conclude that the proposal is generally consistent with these provisions. Specifically, I consider the proposal is not contrary to any relevant planning provision in respect of the policy test under section 104D(1)(b) of the Act. Moreover, I consider the proposal is consistent with the NPSUD, the relevant MES on contamination, the regional policy statement and any relevant regional plans. I had provided in my primary statement, I believe, an update with respect to the regional consent requirements for the proposal. So the application with the Regional Council for earthworks of a regional scale and for stormwater discharge during earthworks are still being processed with the Regional Council. We've closed out section 92 further information requests, and The draft conditions have been provided, and we've just responded to those with requests for minor amendments in respect of stormwater management. So that decision is pending, just by way of update.
Just on that, it's not uncommon for regional councils to seek a joint hearing of matters. Are those matters something that are so minor that that would not be the case, or have they indicated to you that that would be the case, that there'd be no need for a joint hearing between two councils on that matter?
Certainly no requirement for a joint hearing, and largely related to construction activities, so temporary in nature.
All right, thank you.
So paragraph 11, in respect of the particularly relevant objectives and policies of the district plan, I make the following summary points. Here you've heard from Mr. Leckie already, so I won't labour the point, but I agree that the relevant policies are found in the district-wide matters, the business activities and the general industrial zone. Specifically in respect of the general industrial zone policies 1 through 4. And you also heard commentary from Mr. Leckie with respect to policy BAP2. So I provided an analysis of that both in the AEE and in my primary evidence. And you had a query this morning, Mr. Chair, with respect to the way in which the two limbs of that policy are considered. Mr. Leckie had set it out that you have the assessment with respect to subclause 1, outlining the way in which activities outside of the centres are required to be avoided. And then you have 2, where in the circumstance where you have retail outside of the centre zones, you analyse relative to those subclauses A through K. And that's certainly the approach that I took in both the AE and my evidence. And despite the one subclause 1B with respect to the market of the daily convenience needs served by the supermarket, my view is that the proposal remains generally consistent with BAP2 overall, and is certainly not contrary to that policy, specifically considering that matter in isolation. And as I say in paragraph 11C of my summary, I don't think it's determinative in isolation. So as I say, as a whole, the proposal is generally consistent with that policy, and as a result, I conclude the proposal passes both gateway tests under 104D. I also consider the proposal as acceptable pursuant to 104, taking into account positive effects. Those are listed A through E in respect of my summary here. Paragraph 14 talks about submissions on the application, and I think we agree that the transport matters are the remaining matter in contention, and as I say, they've been addressed comprehensively by Mr. Kelly in agreement with Mr. Trotter. I won't labour those. Where we come to is the consideration of the wording and triggers of relevance in condition 28, but just in summary at paragraph 14 there, I consider no matters raised by the submitters, including and supporting evidence, alter my view that it is appropriate to grant consent to the proposal. As set out in the section 42A hearing report, the council's also recommended grant of consent. I therefore conclude it should be granted subject to conditions. So turning to conditions, Mr. Chair, would you like to run through, rather than jump straight into condition 28, would you like to run through the conditions attached to the council response dated 15, and I will be happy to respond to questions that you have with respect to each of the conditions.
So, Ms. Penthenite, we'll just carry on. I've got some other questions of your evidence in chief, and then we'll come to conditions, and we probably will go through them actually, the key ones anyway. Yes, we'll come back to those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with respect to paragraph 17 then of my summary in condition 28, Mr. Leckie and Mr. Kelly have set out the proposed changes which are seeking to provide only one survey post-operation and to set an achievable level of service that still offers acceptable network performance. That's the level of service D with the 40 seconds delay per vehicle. So those are the changes proposed to the wording, and I consider that those are able to be enforced and provide certainty and clarity. All other amendments sought to conditions as set out in Appendix 1 to my primary evidence have been accepted by the council as noted. And so in summary, I conclude the proposal can be appropriately granted consent since both gateway tests of section 104D are passed. Proposal is generally consistent with the objectives and policies, including in respect of the non-industrial use of a general industrial zone site. Proposal results in less than minor adverse effects overall and results in positive effects as outlined by various experts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I've just got one question of the summary that we haven't already answered, asked you rather, and that before I move on to the evidence in chief. So 8C, and I think in paragraph 14, you referred to you're relying upon your team's experts, I guess, and obviously Mr. Kelly is a key one there. Is it the case that you're satisfied that they've done a robust assessment of the matters, but you acknowledge that there is contrary evidence from the submitters? Is there anything you'd like to say about whether they've approached it in the wrong way, or is there any reason why you've relied entirely upon your own traffic engineer, other than the fact that you think they've done a fair job of it?
Thank you. Yes, so in short, yes, my view is that the assessment that Mr. Kelly has undertaken has been robust and iterative, with collaboration from the council in responding to Section 92 requests and in addressing those various growth rates that you've heard from Mr. Kelly, and ultimately in developing the conditions that address any resulting potential effects down the line. It's my view that that assessment is robust and can be relied upon, and is supported by the council with its expertise in respect of enforcing such conditions. I'm also familiar with the monitoring or adaptive management approaches Mr. Leahy references in his submissions, and hence I'm comfortable with that approach.
Thank you for that. I'll just go to your evidence in chief now. There's a couple of things that I think haven't been touched on just yet. Right. So just a general sort of question, in terms of the policy framework, you mentioned there's two limbs, we've talked about that. So that this is a non-complying activity, and I think I'm right in saying there's an avoid policy somewhere in there. Is that correct? There's an avoid policy which you might be able to direct me to, and it might be the one that sets up the retail hierarchy or the centres hierarchy. Is that right?
Correct. So that is policy BAP2.
Yes, that's right.
Which talks about retail activities being avoided where, and in the sub clauses list where those will be avoided. I would note that the two limbs in a policy sense are specific to policy BAP2. More broadly, the policy framework obviously has a fairly consistent direction. That's right.
And in terms of, I think it's your paragraph 81, but what I'm getting to, and I asked Mr. Leahy this too, that even though it's a non-complying activity and there's a policy that has an avoidance type policy and it's quite specific, it does include in your evidence an assessment framework for retail out of centre, so that it's a case where you can assess it on its merits based on economics evidence and other evidence assessments. It is possible to grant a non-complying activity, even though the word avoid is used, there's still an assessment framework there. Is that your evidence?
That is my view, sir, and I think it is essentially drafted that way purely because of the use of the word avoid. And it's to address the fact that if it was more boldly worded, avoiding activities is not appropriate in my view, and hence the policy is drafted specifically with that respect to consider avoiding adverse effects of such activities and enabling that assessment, as you say.
Yep, and in terms of the economics evidence that I've read was that the effect of this supermarket proposal and I guess the retail premises as well is that it will affect mainly out of centre operations, out of centre businesses rather than businesses that are in the centres, and therefore that helps the assessment of retail distributional effects. I guess I was just going to ask a general question, and it might be for the council reporting officer. Is the retail hierarchy in Kapiti or in Paraparaumu working in the sense that there seems to be a lot of activities outside of the centres, or is that just an historical thing?
So my take on that, sir, is that the operative district plan essentially set up the centres hierarchy to address extant issues, much like we've seen, say, in Hamilton City and elsewhere. So it's essentially looking to shut the gate, not necessarily with the horse already having bolted, but certainly to try and address an existing situation with retail distribution throughout the district.
All right, thank you for that. That's not a matter that's of major consequence, possibly, because we have the assessments that have been done on that. But okay, look, the only other questions I've got relate to conditions. So maybe if we go to the draft conditions, which were part of the council's response, subject to 28, condition 28, seeking amendment to. I'll just go through those now. The first condition is just shall be undertaken in general accordance with the whole series of plans, including the Tim Kelly transportation plan, which is the Appendix 1, which we've talked about a lot, which shows mitigation works. I was going to ask, is there, and forgive me if I haven't read some of the conditions correctly or missed some, but is there a need to specify that there's to be no, there's to be a median island, you know, a median strip out on the highway, or is it sufficient in your view just to refer to a plan that shows that? I was just curious as to what your practice is in relation to conditions like that. I've seen some supermarkets where there's a median island and there's a condition that quite categorically says that a median island shall be provided to prevent turns, etc., right-hand turns. Any thoughts on that?
Thank you, sir. So my understanding is that the median island needs to be further designed and probably will occur post road safety audit or similar. And so the intent is that those works will occur with further detailed design, and therefore the concept or the general accordance implements that proposal, and the road safety audit will require those works after the fact.
I absolutely understand there's a need for design, but is there a need to be categoric that there shall be no right turns into that exit or entrance? Incidentally, I've got an internet problem here. Hold on. I think it's right. Carry on.
Okay. With respect to the plan, it's my understanding that the median barrier will be solid such that it will physically prevent right turns, and therefore I'm comfortable. I don't think there would be an issue from a condition perspective. It would certainly be enforceable if a subsequent clearly stated condition was imposed that stated no right turns. My view is that the design to be implemented will physically prevent that.
Okay, no, that's fine. I've seen it done different ways, but I take your point on that. Thank you. All right, I'm just reading through there's nothing on conditions for quite some time that of interest, but I did talk to Mr. Knott about condition 13, the landscape management plan. Would you agree there's a need to have an implementation condition to require the planting to actually be done? Because I don't think condition 13 does that, does it?
Yes, I agree. Upon review, the implementation plan, as you say, doesn't then trigger it. And I agree with Mr. Knott's proposed time frame for that to occur post-construction works being completed. I would note you queried the use of the phrase, the landscape management plan shall achieve the outcomes of the approved landscape concept plan. That was essentially inserted in our first draft review because the landscape plan hadn't been inserted in condition 1. So we've now inserted the landscape plan and travel plan in condition 1. And what I want condition 13 to do is require that management plan to be prepared in accordance with or to be consistent with. And given the landscape concept is not so tricky or complex in this circumstances to require outcomes and objectives to be drafted, I'm suggesting that perhaps an alternative wording might be the landscape management plan shall be consistent with the approved landscape concept plan reference to condition 1.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll invite you or the applicant to provide an amended condition for consideration at some stage.
Sure.
The officer can have a look at as well. Thank you. That addresses the implementation, timing, and any other matters that are pertinent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, 15. That's all right. Just looking at condition 15 now. That's right. I think the officers have agreed with your point that the approved activity shall not commence operation on site until the improvement works have been completed. That's an amendment that they've included at the last minute, I think. Is that right? Condition.
That's correct. My view is that the effects to be mitigated relate to the traffic generation of the supermarket, and so they're required to be implemented prior to that occurring rather than construction, which may cause a headache for contractors or similar.
Right. Okay. So that condition 15 relates to the roundabout and the secondary access. So it's basically any works on road reserve. Plans have to be provided to council who will check the design, etc. Okay. All right. Yes, the note explains that as well. Okay, thank you. Let's see if I've got any other questions. Transport. Are there any conditions that require the bus stops to be in place? I couldn't see any, and I did ask Mr. Kelly about that. He said it's part of the proposal to provide bus stops on road reserve. So I guess that's a volunteered condition, isn't it? But
correct. And again, comes under the same discussion with respect to the median barrier. Mr. Kelly pointed out that the road controlling authority is Kapiti Coast District Council, but the regional council govern the bus routes, frequency and services, and so we will need to further confirm with the regional council with respect to appropriateness of the bus stop locations and their uses.
That's right.
If I could jump in with respect to condition 27, I think a similar amendment to that condition with respect to the implementation and development of the travel plan as per condition 13 is probably appropriate. Again, travel plan is draft and simple, there are no outcomes per se, so I will prefer some alternative wording with respect to that travel plan being perhaps consistent with the draft submitted with the application.
Yes, no, that's fair, but just going back to that other question, the only place I can see in the draft conditions where a council officer could say you must provide bus stops would be condition 1, reference to Tim Kelly's plan, which shows the bus stops on that plan to be confirmed. There's no condition that says you shall provide bus stops in consultation with the regional council or anything of that nature, is there? So, yeah, I know it's subject to the approval of another authority, but what's been presented to me is that bus stops will be provided on road reserve, and the only condition that links it is condition 1's reference to the plan. Do you think that's sufficient? Do you think that's sufficient?
In my view, and I would be happy to hear from Mr. Kelly if he differs. The bus stops are preferred. I'm not certain that they're required to mitigate effects of the proposal. I'm not saying that they're not being implemented, but on that basis, I'm comfortable that condition 1 addresses that and there's no further belt and braces required to require that. Again, with respect to the median barrier, I don't think there would be an issue from the applicant's perspective to impose such a condition, but currently I'm comfortable that condition 1 addresses that and will be taken further with the road reserve works.
All right, thank you for that. I'm just looking to see if there's anything I've missed here. Condition 13. 14. Yeah, I haven't got any questions on engineering or infrastructure. I've made that clear early on, but I was interested in condition 14, which talks about sewer rising mains and that sort of thing. And it's probably a question for Mr. Leckie too, but I'm just curious as to how that's a valid RMA condition when I was just wondering whether that's a matter that would be dealt with at the building consent stage. Have you got any thoughts on that? So it requires the applicant to do some work to investigate the condition of the existing sewer rising main and provide the findings to the council of engineers as part of the design. If it's found to be not fit for purpose, the pipe shall be upgraded. I mean, the applicant's clearly volunteered or happy with that condition, and probably that's where I should leave it. I was just curious as to how that relates to an adverse effect on the environment in terms of the RMA side of things, but never mind. Unless you want to comment on that, I'll leave it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before Mr. Leckie comments, my view is that there's a requirement for appropriate servicing and infrastructure connections. This has been one matter that may need an upgrade and has been identified as such. In order for the site to operate, it has to occur, and exactly as you say, the applicant's comfortable with its provision therefore. And
it possibly, and just thinking it through, it probably links back to a rule or an assessment matter anyway, doesn't it? So we need not go much further with that. Thank you very much.
I'll just jump in briefly, if I may, Sue, then not too much to add other than it's the applicant's comfortable for it to be in there, and it's really about some braces approach to ensuring that particular effect's addressed. So yeah, quite comfortable for it to be in there.
Thanks very much. No, look, that's fine. Thanks, Ms. Panther-Knight. I have no further questions of you at this stage, and so we can. I think that might be your witnesses, is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. We've moved through relatively efficiently. So that pauses the applicant case for now. There's a few small items of homework we'll work away on as the submitters are presenting.
That's fine. Now, what we might do is we're ahead of schedule. We might take a break at this point to give the submitters a chance to get organised if they're not already, and also for me to get organised with my questions for them. So we'll take a short break, and after the 10-minute break, we have Mr. Goldsmith. Are you able to come on? Are you able to come on in about 10 minutes' time? 10
minutes is fine, Commissioner, and my legal submissions have been, I think, been circulated to everybody by email. So Emma's got them. I've tried to send to everybody else, so that everybody should have them.
All right. Well, that'll give me a chance to have a quick read through them. But we'll take a break for 10 minutes and come back we'll come back at 11:35 just to give us a little bit of time to go through those submissions. So thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll reconvene the hearing. Mr. Goldsmith's there. Yep, very good. I've had a quick read of your legal submissions, Mr. Goldsmith, so thank you, and in your hands as to how you wish to present that.
So thank you. I trust everybody can hear me. If not, please say so. Submissions have been circulated. Paragraph 1, just introduction, and just looking, I think it's important to understand that at attachment 1, Commissioner, just a couple of plans at the end of my submissions, but attachment 1, essentially TKL or related company owns all the grey land. Right. Currently contains Kapiti Airport. And if you're looking at attachment 1, the proposed the Friendship Place Kapiti Road roundabout is sort of sitting underneath that PREC 38. Oh, yeah. straddling Kapiti Road. The purple is, or the mauve is beside PREC 38 is the subject site.
Yes. And
the Friendship Place Kapiti Road intersection is about there. It's a significantly important intersection, being a primary entry into what is currently the airport zone.
Right. Okay.
Paragraph 3, I referred to the minute issued by yourself, sir.
Yes.
TKL strongly supports the approach signalled in that minute. I've just commented on 4 traffic experts who don't appear to agree with each other. I'm not going to elaborate on that. You're putting questions to those witnesses. But I suppose it would be difficult, if not impossible, for you to form a considered determination given the conflicts that exist in that evidence at present. And secondly, that you certainly don't have before you the detailed evidence necessary to address the issue of potential adverse traffic-related effects and the related issue of potential failure to achieve outcomes anticipated by relevant transportation objectives and policies. Now, I took a bit of a punt here, sir, in anticipation of the hearing being adjourned to enable, as signalled in the minute, to enable traffic issues to be further explored. I've limited my submissions to drawing relevant attention to factual matters and haven't gone as far as addressing objectives and policies, simply because on my submission, we don't have the information about potential adverse effects in order to be able to address objectives and policies at this stage. And that's why I'm at this stage, I'm not going to pursue the second part of my client's submission, which is the application should be declined due to lack of information, given the signal in the Commissioner's minute. Right. If I could just expand slightly there, elaborate, so partly in response to opening submissions by Mr. Leakey. This is not a trade competition issue in any way, shape, or form. My client has no concerns about a supermarket being built. I've pointed you in attachment 1, the current grey land owned by my client, which, as you'll see from attachment 1, is surrounded by residential development, Kapiti residential development. My client owns that airport. It's a private airport. It could be closed tomorrow, legally. And my client's one of the biggest residential land developers in New Zealand. Options are being, it's no secret that options are being explored for that land. At the moment, we have what we have before you, and I'm not going to go beyond that. But my client's concerns are essentially that this is a very important intersection, and that decisions being made about it should be grounded in appropriate facts, and that, if I can put it this way, as far as possible, the intersection should be future-proofed, in the sense that it isn't just going to accommodate the supermarket if it's granted, it's going to accommodate a lot of other development that's coming down the track, and the opportunity should be taken now to make sure that the right aspects are put in place to ensure that the intersection can be operated and upgraded in the future. And that specifically and primarily relates to availability of land for upgrades and the ability to do an upgrade. So Yeah, we're not trying to stop the supermarket. Just trying to make sure that this application focuses on the correct aspects to ensure that the intersection is appropriately addressed. And then in paragraph 5, it's reasonably important. I've summarised some aspects of the airport zone. It provides broadly for some retail and mostly industrial development within the mixed use precinct. And they're marked PREC 37 on figure 1. And if you just look at figure 1, and just to clarify one point, Commissioner, you'll see in attachment 1, figure 1, vertically is the PREC 39, which is the airport core precinct. Contains the runway at the moment, which has, I think, 11 commercial flights a week landing on, landing and taking off. And then to the right-hand side, you'll see in the kind of middle, you'll see a PREC 37.
Yep.
That's mixed-use precinct, large area on the right-hand side of the runway, and on the left-hand side, there's another large area. There should be a PREC 37 on the left-hand side as well. For some reason, we've got to kind of track these letters around. But the large area to the right of the runway and the large area to the left of the runway are airport mixed use. And now I've stated in my paragraph 5 that provides for some retail, there are limits, and mostly industrial development. And there's an interesting cascade of rules for development within that mixed use precinct. Controlled activity status up to 102,900 M2 GFA. And there are transport related trigger assessments at 43,050 and again at 62,500. And that they are specifically directed at transport assessments of the sort that, for example, might lead to upgrading the intersection. That's the purpose of these transport triggers. They're there so that at different stages of development of the airport mixed use zone, the council has the ability to look at what's happening with traffic and potentially require upgrades. But the important thing is that at the 43,050 and 62,500 triggers, there's no change in activity status. It's controlled up to 102,900. Controlled activity status, council cannot refuse consent. So this is already there, it's zoned, it's kind of sitting there waiting to happen. And then over the page, to complete the picture, I've noted that it's restricted discretionary up between 102 and 900 and 282 450. For some reason, which I suspect there's a drafting error in the plan, there's a gap between 282 450 and 339 400, and then at 339 400 you go to non-compliant. So basically, the status of activity gets more and more difficult the more and more there is.
Yes.
Now, these submissions, Commissioner, I'm focusing on development up to 102,900. Firstly, because council can't refuse consent to a controlled activity consent application. And secondly, and I imagine you'll be aware of the case law, Commissioner, but I can forward it if you like, council cannot impose conditions on a controlled activity consent, which would potentially frustrate the ability to implement the consent.
Can I just interrupt you there, Mr. Goldsmith? What do you mean by that? I know what the principle, the point you're making is, but how would, if an application required controlled activity consent, it must be granted, but the council can impose conditions, and one of those conditions might be to upgrade this roundabout to deal with the effects of that proposal at the time. How would that be frustrating the exercise of the consent if they were to do that?
Provided the roundabout could be upgraded.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's the key point, Commissioner. Provided the roundabout could be upgraded.
But is that not the case that your client owns the land that would be affected by such an upgrade?
On one side.
On one side.
Not on the other side. And this applicant is providing minimal. I think they're providing a little bit of land, but minimal land. In the context of this application, there is very little being provided in terms of land on the other side, and we don't have any assessment of what might be required in the future to accommodate development coming down the track.
You know, no, I understand that. What I'm getting at is your point you're making in 6B is that if your client was to develop land further, the council might somehow put a condition on that would frustrate their ability to exercise their consent. And my question was, how could they do that? I mean, the condition would require some sort of upgrade of the roundabout, and that could be partially accommodated on the applicant's own land, could it not?
And depending on design, may need to be partially accommodated on land on the other side of it.
Okay, so you're saying there could be an issue with other land that they don't own, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that.
That's the issue.
All right.
Now, in paragraph 7, I just note that the legal situation relating to development over 102,900 is rather complex. I'm not going to go there, so into restricted discretionary activities, and it becomes quite complex in terms of whether there's a potential effect arising. Now, in addition to that, sir, referring to figure 2, also relevant to the future, is that prior to the current operative district plan becoming operative, residential development was only permitted within area 4, shown on attachment 2. And you'll see, sir, if you look at attachment 2, the orange, they're not circles, but orange elongated rings are NOI's boundaries. And there's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, I haven't got a colour version in front of me, but I can see the notations 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's right. Should have been printed in colour. In fact, you might ask Emma to find you a copy in colour. I'll come back to that. Yeah, that's right. So prior to the opening became operative, you could do residential development in area 4. Yeah, okay. He became operative, you can do residential development in areas 2, 3, and 4, which very significantly open up the ability to develop land within the airport zone for residential development, because the only bit protected for residential development now is the airport core precinct in area 1. Everything around it can be developed for residential purposes. Now, paragraph 9, I point out that change actually significantly increases the likelihood of future development within the current airport zone. I don't think I need to call evidence on the demand for growth in this area, which is acknowledged in the Section 42A report. And as Mr. Leakey acknowledged in his submissions, it's a quickly growing district with high rates of population growth. So we have a large area of land here, which is very likely to be developed. So Mr. Goldsmith, if I can just ask another question on that. So as a legal principle, how far should I go in assessing permitted development in this locality and maybe adjacent areas? I mean, how far do you cast the net in assessing what development could happen as a permitted activity? Is there any sort of legal principles around that? The legal principles arise around, I was going to come to this, I'll deal with it now, around the fact that part of your task here is to provide an assessment or to consider potential adverse effects. The definition, you'll be familiar with the definition of effects, sir? Yes. Positive or adverse, past, present, or future, potential effect of high probability or low probability and high impact. So therefore, and the reason I've drawn this bit to your attention is the likelihood of development on this land, controlled activity. In fact, the residential is permitted, but not controlled up to certain limits. Yeah. Likelihood of development is all relevant to the likelihood of an adverse effect arising at the intersection. But is it related solely to the use of this roundabout? That so in other words, I should only consider development potential where the traffic using this intersection is involved. I was just sort of interested in where you would draw an end to the assessment, how far beyond this site you go with that assessment. And what you're saying, I think, is that this land is definitely affected by the roundabout because it is the principal access in there into that. Is that right? So residential. A potential adverse effect at the intersection arising from the grant of this consent is a potential adverse effect which affects the surrounding land and the surrounding transport network. Yes. And it's an effect of, we don't know what the effect is because we haven't got the information. I'm going to come to that. All right. But it's an effect of high probability, given that growth is going to happen if there's an effect at the roundabout, there's an effect of high probability, and it comes within the scope of your consideration in this hearing.
Yep. Okay. And I think you've partially answered my question anyway. If I let you get to 10B, where you've referred to residential development can be carried out in the mixed use zone as shown on figure 1, etc. So they're the areas you're focusing on in terms of development. Okay. All right.
So I've seen out the other legal consequences. The residential development can be carried out within the mixed use zone up to 102,900 plus outside the mixed use zone provided with areas 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
To the next one.
Okay. Thank you.
So I get to the end of this at paragraph 11 when I say this raises 2 questions which I submit are fundamental to this hearing. Firstly, what assumptions relating to future development within the airport zone have been built into the traffic model? Now, there are 2 different models, it's SIDRA, and I don't know whether you're aware, but Mr. Trotter refers to the council zone. Mr. Trotter calls it the 2018 Kapiti traffic model, which I understand to be a Saturn. Saturn's like SIDRA, it's another kind of traffic model.
Right.
So the council has its own bespoke internal traffic model, which Mr. Trotter refers to as the 2018 Kapiti traffic model, which the council, I understand, uses to model future effects on the transport network. The applicant has chosen to use SIDRA, which is a different model, rather than use the council's Saturn model. There may well be an issue there as to why the council's model isn't being used, and this will become more important as I progress through my submissions. But whichever model you use, if you use both of them, the question is what assumptions relating to future development within the airport zone have been built into the traffic model, and therefore, flowing on from that, if this application is consented, what are the potential effects, and I've noted there the definition of effects, which could arise in respect to future development within the airport zone enabled by controlled activity status. So to what extent does this application, and because there is no doubt that it's accepted that the proposed supermarket is a relatively high traffic generating activity, and it is going to result in additional traffic using that intersection. I mean, there's no argument about that.
Sorry to interrupt again, but just on that point you just made, you were talking earlier about permitted activity residential development. So in your point B, you're only referring to controlled activity status. Is that what you intended?
Permitted and controlled.
Oh, okay, all right.
Permitted and controlled.
All right, but you
now,
do.
Given the GFA limit, whether it's permitted residential or controlled industrial, it's probably 6 of 1.
Right, but Mr. Leakey went to pains to give me the view that controlled activity must be granted, but conditions can be imposed. And I'm still struggling to understand your legal submissions that they could somehow be used to frustrate a consent. And is it not appropriate that any further development in this area that requires a resource consent should mitigate its own effects? And I just struggle to understand your point on that. So please elaborate.
I agree with your statement. Should mitigate its own effects.
Yes.
My client has no doubt it will face some upgrade requirements in the future.
Yes.
But the issue is whether those upgrade requirements can in fact be carried out, or whether there will be frustration of the consent because they can't be carried out.
So that's the key.
It all relates back to the intersection and particularly land requirements.
Land, okay, I understand that. Thank you. Thank you. Please carry on. Yep.
I mean, I can put it this way. My client's only concern, fundamentally only concern, is that when development happens as it's going to, the intersection can be upgraded to an appropriate standard.
Right, understand.
That's what it boils down to.
Okay.
Not trying to get the applicant to pay, to pay more than their fair share. My client's got to pay their fair share, but it's got to be able to be done.
All right, thank you.
So therefore, at paragraph 12, I submit that the potential development enabled as a permitted or controlled activity in the airport zone is a relevant and important consideration. because at least that extended development is zoned, it's coming down the pipeline, and it must be consented by council subject to conditions which don't frustrate implementation of those consents. So therefore, in my submission, the extended development should be included in the traffic modelling and should be assessed when the Commission is considering the issues of potential adverse effects and achievement of relevant transport-related objectives and policies. I go on to submit that consideration is not possible on the basis of the traffic-related information which has been prepared and presented for this hearing. Now, I've just turned to information supplied, and I've just noted some extracts there. So I've quoted from the applicant's ITA, and I don't think there's any argument about it. I've set out these quotes. I don't think there's any argument about it. But it seems clear they talked about 2018 count needs to be factored out to 2026. And then there's a comment that there are no significant planned developments or works to the road network in this area relevant to this assessment. An asterisk beside that, sir, because when I come to the council's report, the council's, Mr. Trotter's evidence says something completely different about that. And then conditions have been assessed for the year 2026, appropriate design year. And then the scenarios assessed, the do minimum and the development. And then the paragraph 55 of Mr. Kelly's statement of evidence. Doubt is raised about the traffic modelling reflecting the existing environment in relation to development which is consented but not yet constructed. He refers to the only relevant development being the Mitre 10. And then the following question put to Mr. Kelly, unclear whether the traffic modelling reflects the existing environment, and a reply that it includes the Mitre 10 extension. So therefore, at paragraph 17, I say I can find nothing in Mr. Kelly's evidence which suggests that the Sidra traffic model has taken into account any of the potential controlled and or permitted activity development within the airport zone. I can't find any reference that suggests that it has been taken. And if it has, it's unclear how much has been taken. We just don't know. So that information isn't available.
He did, Mr. Kelly did answer some questions on that point today, though, didn't he? He clarified that he deliberately hadn't included those
correct. Yes.
Degeneration. So he did answer my question on that, but I take your point.
Yeah, there's no argument. I don't think that his assessment doesn't take into account the development I'm concerned about.
Okay.
And this is putting to one side. I'm going to come back to it, but the no growth situation. I then refer to your attention to the following excerpts from the statement of evidence of Mr. Trotter. Now, they were slightly long, so rather than type them all out, sir, I'm just going to read. I'm just going to refer you to them and just read them.
Yeah.
3.4, Kapiti Road is the busiest local road in the Kapiti district. Interesting statement. I just want to stop there, sir, on that one. And I think you've got to step back sometimes and take a look at the real world outside the planning world. It is quite clear on the evidence presented that both Mr. Kelly and I think the council models are predicting either reduced traffic growth on Kapiti Road or zero growth on Kapiti Road, on the busiest road in the district. It's got to be the only road in New Zealand that's predicting zero growth or less growth on a road as busy as Kapiti Road. I mean, you take a step back and say, in the real world, there's a problem here something. How could you arrive at that?
Yeah.
And interestingly, I know the one thing that no one's mentioned, I'm just going to mention it so I don't know how to calculate it. Because no one's mentioned the MDRS. No one's mentioned the recent passing of an act by the New Zealand government, medium density residential standards, which enables permitted activity status for residential development subject to certain constraints. And if you look at my attachment 1 or 2 in the residential land surrounding Kapiti Road, I think planning professionals up and down the country are grappling with the consequence of MDRS, but it at least doubles a low density suburb like that. The capacity is doubled, if not tripled. It's absolutely massive.
Yes, that's right, Scott. And I did ask some questions of Mr. Kelly in relation to what if the traffic growth was higher than 0,
Yes.
and I understood his answer to be that the mitigation could still be possible, certainly in terms of the approach lane into the site. But I think your point relates more to the roundabout, doesn't it? And the ability to provide mitigation for potential traffic growth at that roundabout. Is that your principal concern?
Yeah, the roundabout as a whole, and I mean, he gave you an answer in relation to that particular entry.
Yes.
And I think there's a plan of that. I mean, Mr. Carr's problem is that where's the plan that shows this? I'll let him address.
That's right.
But all I'm saying is it's the busiest road in the Kapiti district.
Okay.
The applicants acknowledged it's a quickly growing district with high rates of population growth. We have the MDRS on top, and we have a busy road that apparently isn't going to get any busier. Go figure. The next bit I want to draw your attention to is 4.1 on page 3. The roading network in and around Kapiti Road is expected to change in the future, including a new link between Arrowwater Road and Harper Street, expected around 23-24, localised widening of Kapiti Road, potential further development of the airport, and a new link from Ihakara Street to the airport, which will run parallel to Kapiti Road. These schemes, as well as improved connectivity of the Kapiti Coast Roads and Transmission Gully, etc., means that traffic levels are expected to change on Kapiti Road in the future. Then the predicted changes as shown in the table below have been obtained from the 2018 Kapiti traffic model. So clearly, Mr. Trotter has, and the council had purported to look forward to some extent. And then in paragraph 4.3, we come back to these predictions show a decrease in traffic on Kapiti Road in the vicinity of the supermarket. Raises my previous question. That's the issue that's seriously concerning Mr. Carr. How could you end up with a decrease? Then in paragraph 6.4.
Sorry, just before you go on, Mr. Scott, I'll just make a note here in case I forget to ask Mr. Trotter the effect of Transmission Gully opening, whether that's likely to, or is expected to result in some sort of increase in traffic. I'm not sure if that's been part of the modelling that's been taking place. So I'll just make a note there that you've raised my attention to that one. So thank you.
It's very interesting. I would also be interested to know how the traffic modelling is taken into account.
Yeah.
And it's certainly given a boost to the likely viability of residential development in Kapiti.
Yes.
To Wellington so much more quickly.
Okay, thank you.
6.4, to assess traffic effects, a SIDRA network model was developed by the applicant. You've heard about that. It used a base year of 2018 to 2026. Then we go to paragraph 7.9. And there was I always need to look at that. That raises the no reduction to test forecast for 0 growth. And then there's the paragraph 7.12, which deals with the condition to monitor delays. Now, then I want to take you to possibly the most important part of this evidence, which is paragraph 12.3c on page 12, and the following figures. And there's a reply here. The modelling undertaken for the ITA includes the consented developments of Kapiti Landing and the effects on the roundabout at Friendship Place, Kapiti Road have been assessed. The Kapiti traffic model does assume consented and unconsented development in the forecast years, significant retail floor space at Kapiti Landing, and significant road links being in place by 2026, the Paraparaumu Town Centre link and the Harper Street extension. These elements combined in KTM4 resulted in an overall reduction in vehicles per day on the sections of Kapiti Road, etc. Now, if you look at, I'm going to have to ask you to look at, do you have the fully Mr. Trotter's evidence?
I can get that very shortly. Mr. Trotter.
I'm going to have to ask you to look at the 2 diagrams that have been produced.
Is it part of the 42? Is that part of the section 42A or is it a separate?
Section 42A, sir. It's
must be at the end of it.
unfortunately, pages aren't all numbered consecutively. It's Appendix C.
Appendix C, all right, I'm at D. So, yep, I've got that now. Yes, yes, indeed. Which figure was it? Yes, okay. Figures, paragraph 12.3c.
Okay. Sorry. That should actually be 13.3. I just realised it's 13.3c, not 12.3c.
Oh,
13.3c.
Yeah.
If you look at 13.3.
Oh, yep, got it.
These are responses by Mr. Trotter to questions raised by submitters.
Right.
So 13.3 arising from the application. And there's A and B, and then there's C.
Yes.
And I just read out C starting at my reply. And I just let you quickly read through that paragraph.
Right.
And the important second part, signaling out a retailer Kapiti landing in the forecast years of 2026 and significant road links being in place in 2026. These are the Paraparaumu Town Centre link and the Hakura Street extension as shown below.
Yes.
Next diagram, the red circle, is the Paraparaumu Town Centre link.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah.
Which is across the other side of the expressway from the land we're talking about.
Yes.
And then the next diagram, figure 3.2, Kapiti Landing Network. The red line is basically, well, it's almost all of the airport zone. It's not quite all of it, but it's almost all of it. Right. You'll see an orange, purple elongated circle. Are you in colour or black and white?
Oh, I've got colour now. Yep. I can see that. I can see the oblong.
See the purple one, and inside the purple one, there's a light grey link.
Yes, that's right.
Now that link potentially links from the airport land down to Remu Street, which goes straight to Paraparaumu Town Centre. And according to Mr. Trotter's evidence that I've just read out, which result, you'll see the next sentence, these elements combined result in an overall reduction in vehicles per down the sections of Kapiti Road. So Mr. Trotter's including those two links, which he says on the previous page are going to be in place by 2026.
Right.
And my clients very pleased to read that, Commissioner. There's in figure 4.2, that grey link, which Mr. Trotter says is going to be in place by 2026, partially crosses private land, is not designated, is not funded, and is not in the LTCCP. But it appears to be a fundamental aspect of the traffic modelling being carried out by council. Now that link, I can tell you, Commissioner, is very significant to what might happen in the future in the airport zone, because at the moment, if you look at figure 3.2, the link out onto Kapiti Road is the only link out of this land, at least on this side of the runway, to the wider world through Friendship Place. If this, what we call in-house the southern link, happens, that changes the whole traffic picture for this area.
And because I'm not familiar with the area very well, could you summarise what your expectations would be in terms of the change of traffic? Would it make things worse at this site, make them better? How would you, or you're not able to, you just don't know?
I'll answer the question. I don't have evidence from the bar, as we said, but I'll answer a question.
Oh,
which,
okay.
if you wanted to, you could ask Mr. Kelly or Mr. Carr.
Yeah, yes.
And get it from them. But
Well,
my understanding is that this link will take a lot of traffic off Kapiti Road, because there will now be a second. If this link were in place, there's a second major route straight through the Paraparaumu Town Centre, so that everything out of this area doesn't need to go down Kapiti Road to get to the Paraparaumu.
So if that was the case, what's the importance of me taking that into account now when we're considering the effects of this development now? The
point I'm making, sir, is that the council traffic modelling appears from this evidence that the council traffic modelling.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm
Which
with you.
predicts and to be honest, if this link were in place, we probably wouldn't be arguing with the council's modelling about a decrease in traffic on Kapiti Road.
Sorry, yes, I understand.
If this link's in place, it's really good news for Kapiti Road.
That's your point, is that the modelling is apparently based on this happening, which would potentially give a very conservative estimate of traffic, and you're questioning whether that's the valid way to do the modelling. So I'll have to put that to Mr. Trotter and possibly the other.
Need to put it to Mr. Trotter, because if that link isn't there,
yes,
then the basis of Mr. Trotter's assessment would appear to be different.
Oh, all right, I understand that. Thank you.
In paragraph 19, I've drawn my Commission's attention to Mr. Carr's concerns. I'm not going to address those, so they're self-explanatory, and I'm sure you'll have some questions on it. So, conclusion. This application seeks non-complying activity consent. Taking all of the above into account, I submit that the Commission does not have the factual information, particularly traffic modelling data, I'm talking about undisputed modelling data, necessary to enable the Commission to reach an appropriate determination in relation to adverse effects being no more than minor. And I think I mentioned that I want to come back to your point about how could a condition frustrate a controlled activity consent. And I invite you to consider 3 different scenarios. Supermarkets consented, upgrades done as a plan. My client comes along, controlled activity consent as anticipated by the plan. Studies suggest that would result in an analysis of the roading network and this intersection. And there are 2 or 3 possible outcomes to that when you come to assess the intersection in relation to that application. One is the intersection's fine. No works needed. Great, tick, go ahead. Second is the intersection needs some upgrading in order to accommodate the controlled activity, but the upgrading is relatively minor and can be carried out in the road reserve or using my client's land. That's the second possibility. Third possibility, major upgrade. I mean, you might have to go from a roundabout to traffic lights. Often you get to a certain, my general understanding is that you get to a point where roundabouts stop working properly and you put in traffic lights. I'm not an expert, I'm sure somebody else can answer that. But the third possibility is a major upgrade, which requires land on both sides of the road and can't be implemented because land on the other side of the road isn't available. And the fourth potential outcome is, sorry, if we grant consent, the intersection fails just because there's too much traffic. And so you've applied for controlled activity consent, and the council looks at the traffic assessment and says, well, if we grant you this consent, this intersection is going to fail.
That's right.
Now, those are 4 possible outcomes.
Yeah.
And we don't know from the information we have today, we can't even predict from the information we have before us which of those outcomes might happen, because we believe that the traffic modelling hasn't taken into account the appropriate level of traffic. So that's the concern. And of those 4 outcomes, if it was the first one or the second one, then the adverse effect arising from this application is probably minor. But if the outcome is a major upgrade, which needs land on the other side of the road, or the intersection fails, that's potentially a significant adverse outcome that's caused or contributed to by the grant of this consent application, because of the traffic introduced into the roundabout intersection by this application. So my submission, you don't have the information, in fact, to make a determination about adverse effects being no more than minor. non-compliant here, which in turn would mean you would not be able to make a determination in relation to relevant transportation-related objectives and policies. Now, paragraph 21, I'll make crystal clear. My client's not seeking to place all responsibility for upgrade intersection on the applicant, nor is it seeking to escape what might be its future obligation to do upgrades. All it is seeking out of this hearing, and it's not trying to stop the supermarket.
No.
All it is looking for is a clear understanding of the nature and extent of intersection upgrade that would at least be required in future if this application is granted, taking into account existing zone controlled activity status development in the airport zone. And secondly, that steps are taken now to ensure availability of land on the applicant side of Kapiti Road to accommodate and enable such future intersection upgrade. Thirdly, the applicant makes an appropriate contribution by way of works at this time towards that upgrade, just what's appropriate. But not just short-term works that don't take into account long-term works that will be required in the future. And finally, that a consent granted to this application will not effectively preclude the ability of the council to grant consent to a controlled activity status development within the airport zone, subject to conditions which can be implemented. Take a step back, Commissioner, and just kind of put that another way. All my client is asking is saying, look, it's an important intersection. It's obvious from controlled activity, permit activity, what's coming down the pipeline. It's going to happen. You're putting more traffic into it. Let's make sure it works. Let's make sure it works now, and let's make sure it works, or it can be made to work in the future when the two, when it's combined. That's all.
Understood. Thank you.
TKL is simply in a position of not knowing what the potential effects are, and therefore what the potential consequences are. And I interpolate comment I think you picked up on, Commissioner. It's not my client's job to do all this detailed modelling. It's the applicant's job to establish a case relating to adverse effects or lack thereof. I submit there's a lack of information and that there is conflicting information. And I further submit that the Commission could consider at the appropriate time, which for example might be following hearing Mr. Quinn and depending on what Mr. Leakey's response is, an adjournment of the hearing and issuing of directions. Now, I presume, Commissioner, you'll be familiar with your powers under section 41C.
Oh, yes.
You can commission a report, you can ask for further information, you can commission a report. You can, 41C, you have a wide range of powers. I think you are probably going to have some questions in your mind. Obviously, what questions you ask are entirely up to you. I'm just making some suggestions here.
You know, that's helpful. Thank you.
Possibly some clarification as to which traffic model. I find it strange that there's a SIDRA model and then the council is using the Saturn model, and there's two models floating around. Clarification about the council's intentions regarding what I call the Hakara Street link could be particularly important, bearing in mind the council's assessment is based on it. I'm going to interpolate another one here, which I didn't write down, but comes out of you might have a view about growth rate. I mean, it would be within your power, for example, to say, well, you're modelling zero growth rate. You know, please model 2% or 3%, so we can test something. Up to you. Yeah. Fourthly, a direction that traffic modelling include an assumption of implemented development within the airport zone of up to the controlled activity limit. I'm not taking it further. And I've suggested a split of 30% retail and 70% medium density residential development. The reason I'm suggesting that split, sir, is that the different uses generate different traffic numbers. And the 30% is about what's there now. I mean, about 30% of the 102,900 has already been built and operated. And it's highly likely that future development will be residential. There's clear demand for residential, and there's not much demand for business, for industrial. Then that the modelling predict outcomes both with and without the Hakara Street link. I suspect the differences could be significant. Those modelling results be provided prior to the adjournment. Now, Whether it's prior to or after or both, you could explore with the witnesses, sir. And finally, that there be an opportunity for all parties to give closing submissions following circulation. I think if there was another joint witness statement to come in, there would need to be an opportunity for closing submissions based upon the joint witness statement.
All
right. Those are just some suggestions, sir. I want to finish by emphasising that my client is not trying to stop the development, just has a genuine concern about this intersection, doesn't know what the answers to those questions are, then won't be a problem. But it should be and surely the council should be interested in taking whatever steps are necessary now to ensure that immediately after, if this consent is granted, my client comes along with controlled activity consent, they go, whoops, we didn't get that right. Those are
okay, no, I understand that. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Everyone's seen future. One very important point, so one final. I want to address Mr. Leckie's submission on the permitted baseline. Paragraph 27 of Mr. Leckie's submissions, he set out the permitted baseline, and the essence, as I understand of his submissions, is that my client's controlled activity development shouldn't be taken into account somehow because of the case law around permitted baseline. My submission that is not correct. I'll draw your attention to his paragraph 27 and to the wording of section 104D2, which reads, when forming an opinion for the purpose of subsection 1A, that's whether an effect is adverse or not, a consent authority may disregard an adverse effect of the activity on the environment if a national or single plan permits an activity with that effect. Now, first, my primary point is that this section simply doesn't apply. If it did apply, I'd be pointing you to the may disregard. It's an optional thing. But I think you've got to read it. Authority may disregard an adverse effect of the activity. The permitted baseline is used when somebody is saying, yes, we know this will create an adverse effect, but you should not take it into account because it's already permitted, or it's already there, or it's already consented. So there's an adverse effect which the applicant asks you not to take into account because it's permitted. We aren't asking you to disregard an adverse effect at all. I mean, in my submission, 102D2 simply doesn't apply. We are not asking you to disregard an adverse effect which is permitted. What we're asking you to do is apply standard RMA approach. Identify potential adverse effects, which include potential future effects and the probability thereof, and then take that potential future effect, adverse effect, into account when forming your determinations about objectives and policies. That's just ordinary RMA. I mean, I don't even see that the baseline comes into it, to be honest.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Goldsmith, to please provide that as an addition to your legal submissions, just so it's in writing and I can consider it further. I think I understand the point, but I need to, ideally, if you can frame that into a point to add to your, that would be appreciated. Yes. Thank you for that. I think I understand it, but thank you. All right, is that the end of your presentation? I have one question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Now I just had a question about your point D, 22D, if I pronounce it right, Hikara Street, possibly, the link, and you've addressed me on that. So you're suggesting the modelling should predict outcomes both with and without that link, and you made the point that it's just it hasn't been designated, the land hasn't been bought, so it's not a definite plan by any means. From a legal point of view, should I take account of the results of the link at all? How much weight do you think I should put on that?
The issue arises, of course, Commissioner, because the council's traffic evidence relies on it. So you know, you might want to put that question to the council. I have to say, and I'll say it is my understanding that it uses a piece of private land and it's not funded and it's not designated, it's not the LDCCP. Mr. Trotter may have some information that is more up to date than mine because he is relying on it.
Yes. All right.
It potentially, sorry, I forgot to say one thing. That link is on the planning maps in the district plan. It's a big black line with notional road beside it.
Okay.
So it's there on the planning map, but there's nothing in the district plan that implements it, and there's no designation. So it's clearly, it's been signalled for the life of the last plan. It's been signalled for 20 odd years.
Yes.
It's the new expressway, the Kapiti expressway that you drive along.
Right.
They've built a hole for it. You drive along the Kapiti expressway, you go over a huge culvert. There's legs, and there's the Paraparaumu stream runs under the expressway, and there's a whole bit there for this link to be constructed.
Nice. Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's been planned for 20 years. They built the expressway to do it. It's
All right.
90% of the land required for it is owned by the council or my client. There's one little wee short stretch that has to be designated to complete it. I'd put it in the category of being at least reasonably likely, if not highly likely, to happen. But I have to acknowledge that it's not designated, and as I understand, it's not in the LGCCP at the moment. So it may be appropriate to model both because of that rather confused status of that one.
All right, understood. No, thank you very much for those answers to my questions and your legal submissions. I have no further questions. I think we'll take an adjournment now for lunch, and if we can come back at 1 o'clock, if half an hour's suitable for everybody, we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you then. Okay, we'll resume the hearing if people are back. Looks like most people are. Thank you. And back to you, Mr. Goldsmith, I believe. Is that right? Can you hear me okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you. So we're back on deck, and thank you for that. And we're back with your case. Thank you, Mr. Carr, is it?
Yes, sir. I call Mr. Andy Carr, whose picture's up there.
Yes.
His evidence can be taken as read.
Yes.
Assuming the executive summary that's included in paragraphs 14 to 17 of his evidence.
Yep.
And I just asked Mr. Carr if he has any additional comments he'd like to make following what he's heard this morning, and then hand him over for pass him over for questions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I was thinking over the lunch break about how I could best assist you find your way around this, because it is all about traffic. It's all about traffic modelling, and it is sometimes quite tricky to navigate through the technicalese that the experts often talk through. So I scribbled down some thoughts. I have they're a very rough handwritten. I'm happy to provide it as a sort of bullet point structure if that would assist, and I'll leave it to your discretion when I finish talking. But ultimately, this is a question at its fundamental about traffic growth. And there are two parts to the traffic growth, one of which is the traffic growth on Kapiti Road itself. Traffic growth on Kapiti Road can could go up, for example, if there is new development. And you heard from Mr. Leckie this morning in his legal submissions, and Mr. Goldsmith reiterated that it does appear that there are high projections of population growth within the area, and typically an increasing population does lend itself to increasing traffic flows. Equally, there may be new road schemes, and you've mentioned Transmission Gully already, that could reduce the traffic flow. So on Kapiti Road itself, there is growth that arises from developments that's somewhat remote from the site, and that's usually where the more complicated transportation models come in. And then there's the matter of growth on Friendship Place itself. And that then depends upon what extent of development is assumed within the airport mixed-use precinct. And it also goes as to the heart of whether there are other linkages through to the external road network other than Friendship Place. So Mr. Goldsmith mentioned Ikahara Street extension. If that exists and is a route to and from the airport mixed use zone, it will be used, and it would obviously take pressure off Friendship Place. Conversely, if it's not there and Friendship Place is the only point of access, then traffic flows will be higher. Now, so essentially, in my view, there's a high degree of uncertainty around that traffic growth. If we just take the weekday evening peak period, Mr. Trotter for the council has said that the traffic flows would actually decrease in that period. But as Mr. Goldsmith pointed out, that relies upon a roading link which isn't yet built. So if the roading link isn't built, as far as I can see from Mr. Trotter's report, there is no comment about what the traffic flows would do. Conversely, Mr. Kelly has assumed a slight increase in traffic flows, which I think is prudent. Mr. Kelly, though, hasn't assumed any additional traffic that would arise from development in the airport mixed-use precinct, and so he's assumed that the same traffic flows will be present on Friendship Place as they are at the moment. So that's, in a sense, the starting point, I think, for my concerns about this particular application. Because unless we know what the traffic growth is going to be and we have agreement on that, we can't then develop appropriate mitigation measures. So if I just look at Friendship Place, for example, Mr. Kelly was quite right, and I do agree with Mr. Kelly in the sense of a development is only expected to mitigate the effects that it causes. But the point of my evidence in that regard, in respect of the road scheme at Friendship Place, was that it works if you assume that there's no growth on Friendship Place. But if you assume that there is some level of development which can occur in the airport mixed-use precinct, that improvement scheme that Mr. Kelly has shown may not work. We don't know, because he hasn't allowed for any growth on Friendship Place. When it comes to Kapiti Road itself, Mr. Kelly has talked about that second lane. Now, having read through his summary statement, I went back and had a look at the previous arrangement of that second lane. It looks as though it was changed from being 2 lanes to 1 lane in about September 2016. And you heard from Mr. Kelly that the reason for that change was that the second lane gave rise to an adverse road safety effect. People were trying to go straight ahead from the 2 lanes. In actual fact, they should have only gone straight ahead from the curbside lane. It seems to me almost a common sense argument that if you were to put back that second lane, it would be reasonable that the same safety issue would arise again. You had two lanes, drivers trying to travel south from both, put it back in again, and the same driver behaviour will arise again. So to that extent, I don't agree with Mr. Kelly that I don't agree with his level of confidence that putting back the traffic lane will solve the problems. I think he's identified in his own summary statement that there is the potential for an adverse road safety effect to arise. Now, that isn't to say that there isn't a solution here, that we have a relatively wide road reserve, and there are potentially ways and means that additional capacity can be gained from the roundabout. But it's my view that because we don't have that certainty on the traffic growth, and so we don't have the certainty on the traffic volumes, that it hasn't been demonstrated that you can achieve an improvement scheme that provides sufficient mitigation. I said within my evidence that I was familiar with the sort of adaptive management technique that Mr. Kelly was proposing, and I have no problem at all with the principle of that. But as you highlighted when you asked the questions of Mr. Kelly, what happens if the traffic growth is higher than has been tested? Mr. Kelly's answer was that he was confident that it would be able to achieve a scheme that would improve the capacity of the intersection. But since the proposal for the additional traffic lane on Friendship Place has been identified by Mr. Nixon as potentially having road safety issues, and since the second lane on Kapiti Road demonstrably previously has had road safety issues, I, in my view, would be concerned to support that condition of consent without having the certainty that ultimately the scheme that is devised will be safe and will provide the appropriate mitigation for the proposal. So in most cases, under these sorts of circumstances, I would be saying that there was an adverse road safety effect or something like that, or an efficiency effect. That means that a development should not be progressed. But in this case, I think there's simply a hole in the information provided. We've got quite a lot of information about many things, and Mr. Kelly was quite right and Mr. Leckie was quite right in saying that the traffic issues here are actually very well defined. But we don't have that scenario of what happens if there is a bit of traffic growth, and can the intersection be improved without requiring third-party land or without requiring any major realignment, say, of Kapiti Road, such that the effects are mitigated. We just don't know. That's probably about everything in a nutshell that I can think of. More than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. That's useful, actually. And if you do have that written in some sort of notes, if you can type those up and send them in, I think it would help.
Okay.
Appreciate that. I'll just see if I can. I did have some questions of you, and I'll just try and reframe them to match the points you've just made. Right. Right. Let's have a look here. Yeah. In terms of the mitigation, I just want to be clear that the condition 28, which is the review condition, if you like, that requires monitoring, as I understand it, that only relates to the Kapiti Road frontage. In other words, the potential new. So, are you concerned about that? Does that impact on your client's land, the entrance into the site on Kapiti Road? Is that of direct concern, or is it more to do with the Friendship Place roundabout?
Well, the Friendship Place improvement scheme that Mr. Kelly had identified was needed with the negative traffic growth that he'd identified. So that will be needed irrespective. My concerns around that is simply whether that scheme is appropriate if a certain amount of new traffic is assumed on Friendship Place generated by the airport mixed-use precinct. In terms of the additional traffic lane on Kapiti Road, my concern there is largely sort of wider scale, if you like, that there has been a demonstrable road safety issue that arose from a second lane there in the past. Mr. Kelly said so in his summary statement, and it's proposed to add the second lane back in again. So while it's not necessarily a direct effect on the Templeton Estates land itself, it is an adverse road safety effect that I don't think has been properly considered by Mr. Kelly. But
I understand that now. So you're more concerned with the safety aspect of turning in there rather than the left turn lane out of the Friendship Place. I understand that now. But is it not the case that it hasn't been designed? So, and that's the point you're making, that there hasn't been a design put forward to assess. But would it not be possible to design something that would alleviate that safety concern that occurred last time, possibly through poor markings or whatever the case might have been? Would it not be possible to design a solution if needed in the future like they're proposing?
It may or it may not, and that's the tricky thing. If Mr. Kelly had a solution for an amount of traffic growth on Kapiti Road, then we could look at the solution and assess it, and depending on what that solution showed, I would either be saying that it didn't meet code, or I would not be here at all because it would be fine. We just don't have that information. So Mr. Kelly is confidently saying that it can be done.
Yes,
I would say it probably can be done, but we just don't have anything in front of us that gives us the confidence that it can be done. And so you mentioned sensitivity testing, and that is a valid point, that under these scenarios where there is some sort of adaptive management technique that's being proposed, it is normally the case that you would show how a solution would be achieved, at least in principle. You know, it doesn't have to be a detailed design, but it certainly has to be a reasonable sketch that people could look at to demonstrate how the solution can be implemented. And once that is demonstrated to be implementable, it's appropriate then for the adaptive management technique to be put in place. I accept Mr. Kelly's argument that there is some uncertainty on traffic growth, and so I don't have a problem with a monitoring condition as such. It's just that if ultimately it's not possible to achieve a complying design, where does that leave the council? Where does that leave the submitter in terms of just the effects on the roundabout, irrespective of any development in the airport mixed use precinct. If you can't implement a safe solution, where do you go? And the council at that point is in a very difficult situation. So I would have expected, and from my perspective, I would have put forward a scheme that showed how the roundabout could be adapted with some traffic growth on the network, and to give everybody confidence that there is a scheme that can be implemented in due course if required.
Right. Okay. I'm still trying to understand the difference between the two mitigation measures: the roundabout widening, which could have a land implication in terms of the client's land, and the other side, which is apparently unconstrained in the sense that there's plenty of land there to do a scheme. And I guess I was going to ask you, would it not be possible to? I did ask you, would it not be possible to design something on that? Is there any showstopper involved with turning into the site from Kapiti Road that needs to be resolved now through a design, even if growth was to go up, say 2 or 3% or something? Is that something from a traffic point of view you could still see as a showstopper on that entrance?
Yeah, well, probably the best way to describe it. So, are you familiar with the area around 5 Mile in Queenstown?
Not, it doesn't.
Okay, that's fine. So look, if you want to increase the capacity of a roundabout,
yes,
you can't just stick on extra traffic lanes, and the reason for that is because when you start widening the approaches, people try to take straight lines through them. So you have to force them to deviate around something in some way to slow down. You can see that at the moment on the northern leg on Kapiti Road, if you have that in front of you, that you don't drive towards the roundabout straight away. The road bends a little bit to the right, and then it's a sharp left before you get to the roundabout. And that's there as a safety measure to slow people down. If you were to stick simply a second traffic lane through there, people would just go in a straight line. They'd go too fast for the roundabout, and then you'd end up with a road safety issue because people were driving through too quickly. So if, for example, it was needed to achieve a safe second lane to make the roundabout wider or larger, you could center it on the existing island and make the whole thing wider. And for that, you would need land on the north, south, east, and west quadrants. Now, that would leave a condition of consent, which requires the use of third-party land, for example. So that's one particular issue.
Okay.
If the alternative would be to do what's called an offline solution. So instead of centering the roundabout as it is at the moment, you push it to one side or the other. That then achieves the deflection as drivers are entering the roundabout. But again, that is potentially going to require the use of third-party land. Now, I'm saying potentially and perhaps and those sorts of things because we just don't know. We haven't got the solution in front of us to show that it doesn't require third-party land. And that is the difficult thing or difficult position that I find myself in, that it will be a straightforward matter for Mr. Kelly to produce a layout that could be assessed once we've got the traffic growth bottomed out to show what the improvements could be. But at the moment, because we don't have that, we just don't know. Right. And in my view, it hasn't been shown by the applicant in this case that it is possible to achieve it. We have Mr. Kelly saying that it is possible, and he may have got sketch designs that he's done to show that the case, but it hasn't emerged into the outside world yet.
All right, understood. No, I understand that point well, and it depends upon the traffic growth, as you said. There might be two or three schemes that need to be drawn up, dependent upon the different scenarios for traffic growth.
And if Mr. Kelly could show that all of those did not require any third-party land, my evidence essentially falls away at that point, because at that point he has taken into account an appropriate level of traffic growth, demonstrated that the improvement schemes do not require third-party land. So from my perspective, there's nothing to see here.
All right, and just thank you for that. I think I understand all the points you're making. In terms of a suggestion for a joint witness statement, Mr. Goldsmith has suggested some terms of reference, if you like. Have you had input into that, into those points that he suggested?
Only at a high level.
Yep. Yep.
Mr. Goldsmith's been around long enough that he knows what I'd say anyway.
Yep, no, that's fine. And in terms of that list, is there anything else that you feel would be beneficial if I was to ask for a joint witness statement, other than the one he added, which was possibly the main one, which was projections for growth and how what the assumptions have been made, etc.
Yeah, look, I think that is the key one. Once we know what we're designing for, it's possible to produce the design, but when there is a high degree of uncertainty in the traffic flows, trying to then accommodate that within a specific design becomes quite tricky. So the only other thing that I would highlight perhaps is that the traffic joint witness statement might need to be preceded by the planner's joint witness statement or a legal joint witness statement about what is the appropriate receiving environment. Once we have that, the traffic engineers are well capable of calculating what the traffic volumes would be and progressing from that perspective. But I don't think any of us would be sufficiently upskilled to be able to say what should and should not be taken into account within that receiving environment. Yep.
Okay, and I understood that. I'll explore that one further. But in terms of the differences, we talked about between the two traffic experts, Mr. Kelly and yourself, for the moment, was the traffic growth projections and how the assumptions have been made. The second one, I think that possibly is a difference between you is how much traffic coming out of Kapiti Landing or going in and out is reasonable to take into account, depending whether it's permitted development or controlled activity development. And I explored with Mr. Goldsmith whether it's appropriate to take into account controlled activity development, because whilst it must be approved, the council is at liberty to impose conditions on the access arrangements. It could impose roundabout upgrade conditions. So Mr. Kelly's point, I think, is that it's unfair for the applicant to take on board that assessment at this stage of their process. They're just one development along the line of developments that will all have to do their own assessment. Do you stand by your position, I guess, that all traffic, all additional generation coming out of Kapiti Landing, whether it be permitted or controlled, should be assessed now to assess the effects? Is that where you're coming from?
I think in the first instance, I'm not qualified to advise you about the permitted versus controlled issue about whether that should be taken into account.
Okay.
However, I could say that the principle of a development loading onto a reasonable receiving environment, I think, is well established. The determination of what that receiving environment would be is over to others. But I have been involved in a large number of proposals where it's not been unreasonable to add the development onto, for example, if there's been a large resource consent that has been granted, then that becomes the receiving environment. Hypothetically, if there was another large supermarket next door that had already got resource consent, that would be the receiving environment onto which the countdown proposal would be assessed. It wouldn't be assessed in isolation from that. In terms of the extent of development that could occur within the airport mixed-use precinct, again, that would not fall to me to assess particularly. I do note that the council, when they modelled it, modelled as a 50% uptake. It's in one of their background papers for the model. I don't know whether that is reasonable or not, but yeah, those things probably fall, say, to the planners and to the legals more than anything else.
Yeah, okay, that's right. No, that's a good point. From a traffic point of view, you think it is relevant. And,
yeah, look, we as traffic engineers, we can assess the scenario that is given to us, but the matter of what development should and should not be taken into account is, you know, as I say, I think it's more that the planners and the legals that would determine that rather than the traffic engineers.
All right, no, thank you for that. I think that's possibly all the questions I have of Mr. Carr at this point. let's see what else I've got here. There's one thing I was a bit curious about. You mentioned transmission gully might potentially reduce traffic. I didn't quite follow that. I assumed.
Oh, no. It was simply a reference to what you'd mentioned before. My point was that the use of a wide-scale strategic transportation model has a number of benefits. Firstly, it takes into account lands that's zoned and is reasonable to expect will be developed, and that will potentially increase traffic flows on a road. Yes. And then you have other road schemes which are likely to take place, and that will redistribute the traffic, and that might lead to reductions on a particular road.
Right.
So it wasn't specifically saying transmission gully would have those effects, but it was simply mentioning transmission gully because you'd been mentioned earlier. But just highlighting that the traffic model does unders and overs. It's new development, new traffic versus redistribution of traffic. And that's the advantage of those models.
And in the work that you've done in your experience, how far would you go in assessing future links like the Ihakara Street, and Transmission Gully, and those sorts of ones? Or Transmission Gully is guaranteed, I guess, to come on stream. But how far do you go in your modelling? It's based on zoning, which is definite, vacant land, those sorts of things. What about future links?
Yeah, usually within a strategic transportation model, it's a dialogue with the council and the modelers. And the council is usually the one that is determining what new areas will be zoned through a district plan, and the expected uptake of those areas, taking into account retail economics and things like that. And usually you will include road schemes that are committed and able to be put in place. Now that could be a designation, or it's funding or something like that. You wouldn't put in the wish list, but you put in those that the council believes are reasonably likely to occur. Now the one thing that I should add to that is, obviously within this hearing we're considering two scenarios. We're considering the weekday and we're considering the Saturday. The council's transportation model is only for the weekday. So we don't have a council transportation model that we could look at for a Saturday. Right. So that complicates things a little bit further.
All right. Thank you. You've been very helpful for answering those questions. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now move on. Mr. Goldsmith, is it your case?
One point to make, sir, and then that's me.
Yeah.
I just want to pick up on and I had the advantage of pre-reading the legal submissions about to be presented to you.
Oh, yes.
I think you've got to get some case law on this point. But in terms of your question to Mr. Carr about, well, what development would you take into account of Friendship Place? And Mr. Carr deferred to planners and lawyers to sort that out. I think it is important not to try and find a generic principle here. There are cases that are fact specific, and I would submit that this was one of them. I'll illustrate that by saying, well, obviously when you're looking at Kapiti Road and trying to work out what future growth is on Kapiti Road has got a wide catchment. You don't know what's going to develop, where it's going to develop, how it's going to develop. We can sit here today, we know MDRS is going to come in, we don't know how many people are going to take advantage of it. So on Kapiti Road, people talk about percentages to reflect that generality. But in this case, Friendship Place is very different. There is Friendship Place, it's a dead-end road. It only has access, gives access to the airport mixed-use zone. You have a specific zone with some specific development levels, and that you know that in that zone, the controlled, permitted controlled, up to 102,900 can't be refused. So it's a very fact-specific situation, and my submission you can arrive at in that fact-specific situation. It is reasonable to say, well, you know, look at Friendship Place. You know, you could do the generic percentage like Kapiti Road, but on Friendship Place, the generic percentage doesn't make sense. But you do have the zone, you do have what the zone allows as a permitted or controlled activity. And therefore you could logically say, well, that's the amount of development you should plan for. Bearing in mind, there could actually be a lot more development in there, but it's restricted, discretionary and discretionary because of traffic figures. So you might fairly say, well, we can't include that because it's uncertain. But the controlled permitted is highly likely. So I think it's a specific fact situation sometimes requires a specific answer.
All right, understood. Yep, I understand that point.
Thank you. That's a case of Templeton Kapiti Limited, sir.
Oh, thank you to Templeton. That's very good. Okay, we'll now move on to the next matter, which is Young Supermarkets Limited. Mr. Quinn, I believe you're going to present that case. Are you on there?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you. So, like my friend Mr. Goldsmith, I've sent through, emailed through some legal submissions. Appreciate that you haven't had a chance to read those in any detail. So, I was proposing to work through those, to speak to those submissions.
That's fine.
But given the number of things that have occurred in the hearing, what I will attempt to do is just interpolate into those submissions at the appropriate time a response to what you've already heard today. If that's okay as an approach.
That's a very efficient way of doing it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I note the submitters, which are Young Supermarkets Limited and Modern Merchants Limited, there's a number of similarities in terms of the position we're taking with the previous submitter you've heard from, albeit that my clients are obviously coming at things from a slightly different perspective. And in particular, their interest, and it's quite up front in terms of the evidence, is their involvement in the operation of the New World Kapiti, which is on the opposite side of the road from the site, served by the same network, and it's imperative for these submitters that the proposal doesn't compromise the efficient operation of this roading network. So the evidence that's being presented by these submitters and the concern is that the proposal will generate adverse transport effects. Now, if I could interpolate here just for a minute, which is that you heard from my friend for the applicant in his opening submissions, a number of references were made in those submissions about trade competition. And there were about, I counted at least 4 or 5 times trade competition was referred to. But the point of those references is not clear because there doesn't seem to be any submission that's directly made to you by the applicant or analysis that supports that to say that that my clients are in breach of those trade competition provisions. So if such an allegation is being made, we'd like it to be made and would like to respond to it, because what we endeavoured to do is expressly address trade competition in the submissions as filed. There was no hiding from the fact. It's there in black and white in the submissions. And the provisions are very well understood and the case law is well understood. And I would submit that there's no line that's being crossed. So I think if the applicant believes otherwise, it needs to clearly communicate. So
yeah, I certainly haven't taken that to be a challenge in any way. And yes, I'm not quite sure why so many references were made to trade competitors.
Yes, I mean, it seems to be raised as a means of somehow trying to influence, but frankly, you either there's a breach or there's not a breach, and I think the applicant frankly needs to be a bit more upfront in that regard. And if there's an allegation, obviously giving us a chance to respond to that. But my point in all of this being the law is very well understood and no lines being crossed in that respect.
Sorry, Mr. Quinn, the only point I'd make on that, just follow up, is that I have read through quickly your concluding comment is you've asked for consent to be declined.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's fine. That's within your ambit as concentrating on traffic effects, but it seems quite a strong position to take. I suppose I'll leave it there and let you get to that point.
Yes.
But that is a point, that I noticed that you have asked for consent to be declined.
That's right, and that's consistent with the submissions as filed, and it's solely based on these traffic issues. And I will, again, in terms of interpolation, but just to give an indication, my friend Mr. Goldsmith has proposed a process in terms of where to from here, which involves some degree of expert caucusing with direction, which may resolve some of the matters and the uncertainties we've been talking about. And we're not going to get in the way of that. We would support that approach. and it might be that that process is appropriate before we get to that endpoint about where are we from here.
All right, I was going to ask you that in due course, but I'll let you get to that point.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
So in paragraph 4 of my submissions, I note the central concern here that the effects haven't been adequately addressed in the application and the proposed conditions of consent. And it's that insufficient certainty which we say there's a lack of mitigation, and that's where, based on the information that's currently before you and the assessment that's currently before you, we say we should reach that point of recommending a decline. I've noted at paragraph 5 the two witnesses we proposed to call Mr. Young and Mr. Nixon. And then I turn to deal with the transport and traffic effects, and note that there are obviously 4 experts who've been called specifically in that regard. And the reason for focusing on that from my client's perspective is that although we could have called a planner and other experts, the idea was to really focus on the matters of concern. The reason I raised that now was the suggestion that was put forward. I think it was put forward by the last witness in relation to what's a traffic issue versus a planning issue versus a legal issue. To the extent that we would engage planning expertise, but I think we can discuss that a little bit further when we get to the where to from here. But our focus really in terms of expert evidence has been on that primary issue of concern being traffic and transport issues. The unresolved issues, which I've set out at paragraph 7, there's really 2, and I've tried to deal with these submissions by splitting them up into those 2 issues. So it's the mitigation works required on the Friendship Place approach to the roundabout, and then secondly, the mitigation works potentially required on the northwestern approach to the roundabout on Kapiti Road. And I've tried to just reflect in the next 3 paragraphs there the differing positions that have been reached in relation to the officers plus the experts have been called in that area. And acknowledging at paragraph 11 your useful minute in advance, which kind of foreshadowed this, which really has been the basis, I think, of my friend Mr. Goldsmith's proposed approach to adjourn the hearing and enable a process to progress further. And again, I'll circle back to that at the end, but I think really that's come about as a result of the minute and the signalling of those issues because of the differing views of the traffic experts. So in terms of those 2 categories, I'll start with the first one, which is the mitigation works required on Friendship Place approach to the roundabout. There seemed to be agreement between the 4 experts that mitigation works are required here. And the difference seems to be that Mr. Nixon, called on behalf of my client, explains in his evidence that the additional left turning lane is very short and the design is not consistent with good design practice. And there's some different views of that in relation to that, but Mr. Nixon's view is that the modelling should not be used to justify what he considers to be a non-standard geometry. And there's a potential for a safety audit as required by the proposed conditions that might lead to a requirement for lengthening of the proposed left-hand turning lane. Now, in relation to that, when I listened to Mr. Kelly this morning, he confirmed in his summary statement that he saw benefits to such lengthening, even though he concludes, based on his modelling and based on the assumptions inherent in that modelling, he concludes it's not necessary. His starting point was he still agreed that there were benefits in that lengthening, and really that's the debate that arises, I suppose, the extent to which what the modelling's been based on and what's appropriate and the difference between the experts in that regard. So Mr. Nixon would like to see more conventional left turning lane treatment, while acknowledging that might not be possible within the road reserve, and therefore that gets onto that issue about whether the adjoining land from the previous submitter may be required. And what we say is without that length, that additional length of the left-hand turning lane, there's considerable doubt about the effectiveness and the adequacy of the proposed mitigation. And that follows through to the submission saying careful analysis of the mitigation works is required. So that's really the first issue. The second traffic issue that we're focused on is the potential for mitigation works on northwestern approach to the roundabout on Kapiti Road. And again, there's general agreement, it seems to be, between the traffic experts that mitigation works here may be required. Now, what it seems to come down to is whether the mitigation works are required will depend on the traffic volumes on Kapiti Road, and it's a topic I want to circle back to. But clearly it seems that if the traffic volumes do not decline, the modelling indicates that adding additional traffic generated by the proposal will make the northwestern approach to the roundabout heavily congested and therefore necessitate the additional traffic lane. So unlike the topic one, the previous mitigation works we described, these mitigation works are ones where we don't have a design. There's no design indicative or otherwise, even if it was put up on a very general basis to at least indicate that hasn't been submitted by the applicant, which is frankly, I think, unusual and a major problem with the application that's been put before you. And despite that, though, we have an assertion from Mr. Kelly that he's assessed the feasibility, and I just quote there at paragraph 19. He says he can confirm that all works can comfortably take place without requiring third-party land. Now, that's the extent of his assessment, which is rather extraordinary, and that simply seems to be largely repeated in opening legal submissions that simply, again, assert that works can take place on the legal road or the applicant's land if required. So no further details are proposed, and I say that raises a number of legal issues with the application and the conditions proposed, and I'll again explore that a little bit further as we work through. Putting those matters to one side, Mr. Kelly's position appears to be that there's sufficient uncertainty to justify a monitoring condition rather than requiring the mitigation works to be completed immediately. So obviously there's the issue in terms of the assumptions that's been based on, and then there's the issue in terms of what works would be done, and then there's the issue of timing. So there's obviously a few things to unpick there. And I've, at paragraph 22, noted the position of the traffic experts for the submitters, and Mr. Carr sees a couple of risks from Mr. Kelly's approach. Firstly, that issue about third-party land, and secondly, the issue in terms of it might not be possible to improve the capacity of the roundabout while meeting the relevant standards. And the witness called by my clients, Mr. Nixon, considers that the modelled reduction in traffic volumes is unlikely, even assuming the growth remains static, then that will require the works to be done immediately. So he's saying it will be required, and there's an issue of timing, because where the position of the submitters contrast a little bit is that much of what's been presented by the previous submission and Mr. Goldsmith relates to future use, but in terms of my clients, we're current use, we're actual use to the actual customers, and so that's where the timing becomes critical, because any impact that occurs will occur now and not in relation to impacting future growth. It's an existing issue. And I note at the bottom of paragraph 22.2, it's acknowledged that a condition's been proposed which has been altered through the submissions, and I think the summary statement as presented from the planner this morning in terms of how to amend that particular condition, and those changes obviously need to be considered and responded to. However, the legal concerns that I outline in these submissions with that approach remain. Now, we get to the point of the issue of the growth or the assumptions that have been made in terms of the traffic modelling. And if I can interpolate here on a matter that really was raised by a number of people, which is the issue about what the basis of the assumption is for there to be no growth. And the first point I'd like to make in that regard is that we don't consider that there's been any alignment between the economic evidence that's been presented by the applicant that addresses significant growth. In fact, the justification for a new supermarket is based on significant growth. Yet the traffic evidence is making an assumption of zero growth. So the first point I'd like to make is there's an internal inconsistency in the applicant's case and the evidence presented. Secondly, my friend Mr. Goldsmith has referred to the legislative change in terms of the introduction of the medium density residential standards on, it's called all sorts of things because the name of the act's too long, but often people refer to it as the Intensification Act or the Intensification Amendment to the RMA. And I think that's very important. But I think on top of that, what we have to do is look at the council's policy or policies and long-term growth plans and modelling. I mean, there's a number of things that have to go into that. And I would be, and I haven't done that analysis, and we haven't called a planner to do that analysis because, to be perfectly frank, the obligation to analyse those documents sits on the applicant. But I think it would be astounding if a proper analysis was done of all of those documents and that legislative change as existed to reach a conclusion which may be based on either a decline or a zero growth. I think they will all point towards a growth analysis, and that then must flow through and be consistent with the transport assessment. And I think that supports the submissions that have been made by Mr. Goldsmith already to you in terms of this growth issue. Now, when you put a question, Commissioner, to Mr. Kelly on that, I think he reflected as it related to Saturdays, based on a period of time over the last couple of years, a decline in terms of the use. And he said, I'm not sure why. There's a very simple reason why, and it's COVID. I mean, if you're looking backwards to focus in terms of what your projections forward are, the last couple of years have been frankly non-standard to say the least. And I don't think you can do that. And I think you must actually be, in terms of when you're making that assessment, looking forward, looking at all of the relevant documents which exist both in a resource management context and in a broader local government context in terms of the council's long-term strategy and plan, to make a proper analysis in terms of growth assumptions, and then make sure that that flows through consistently to your modelling. And in my submission, the applicant's case is lacking in this respect. So put simply, I note at paragraph 24, we say a significant amount more work needs to be done by the applicant. And if you accept Mr. Nixon's evidence, the mitigation works required on the northwestern approach to the roundabout need to be, if they do need to be conditioned, then that needs to occur immediately rather than some unknown future time. And I put it at paragraph 25 on the basis that we say you should not be willing to, as the applicant has proposed to you, to kick the can down the road through a monitoring condition without any uncertainty about what mitigation works are, whether they can be done, what land they'd be done on, and whether they'll be effective. I mean, you don't even have a design, let alone issues about whether it's within scope of the consent or the necessary certainty that you need. The only other point I was going to make, sir, in terms of this issue, and again, I'm just responding to an answer to questions, but as I understood the answer from Mr. Kelly put to you about the issue of whether there's adequate land there, and the suggestion as I took it was that he said there was previously 2 lanes, but indicated that one of the lanes was removed, and it seemed like the answer was because of safety concerns. And if there were previously 2 lanes and one was removed because of safety concerns, that needs to be expressed quite clearly and directly in terms of the proposition that's been put forward to you, because the last thing you want to do is take on board the applicant's position and the recommendation that's been put to you about dealing with this by way of a condition and a future mitigation if previously we had 2 lanes and there was a problem with there being 2 lanes there. So again, I think a very useful point to be addressed in any further expert caucusing to really explore that issue a little bit further, which is a factual and a traffic engineering issue. So the next, I was going to move from there to some discussion about conditions and focus a little bit here on some case law. But as a broad approach, I would say that the applicant, and particularly legal counsel for the applicant, has the obligation here to justify the proposed approach to be taken. And I would say that there's been very limited analysis that you have been provided by the applicant on this issue, and in particular, the proposition that's been put forward, which is a condition based on an adaptive management regime. Reliance and reference is obviously made there to New Zealand King salmon. And I'm very familiar with that case, having acted for the council the first 2 rounds of that. But let's be frank, it was a case which is about coastal occupation. It's about marine farms, salmon farms. It's not a land use case. And adaptive, and the vast majority of the case law and the conditions in terms of adaptive management regimes relate to regional issues. They don't relate to land use issues. And you have received 0 analysis from the applicant on that to give any comfort of that in the context of this application. So I want to explore that a little bit further. We've acknowledged at paragraph 27 about the potential to consider mitigation of effects through the imposition of conditions. It's pretty clear and accepted that there needs to be some certainty around that, and that if they are implemented, that they will be effective. And I've reflected that in terms of at paragraph 29. So applying that here, we talk about paragraph 30, that if the mitigation works are required through a standard geometry, when we say that would be partially outside the road reserve, and that immediately raises a question in terms of conditions, because you can't go beyond your application site, and that would require a third-party approval, which would be contrary to the case in terms of conditions. And as far as we're aware, the previous submitter hasn't provided that approval, and that then immediately jumps into a problem in terms of a condition in that regard. Secondly, in terms of that second issue regarding the northwestern approach to the roundabout, that's when we start to get to the adaptive management regime, and I refer at paragraph 32 and 33 to the New Zealand King salmon, the relevant quote, and the factors as outlined in my paragraph 33. And I think that's consistent with the legal submissions that have been presented by the applicant. But I think we have to be very careful about taking that guidance and then applying that in a land use context and in a situation here. And what we say in terms of those factors, to the extent that it is applicable here to a land use matter, we say that there can be no certainty based on the evidence that you have before you that kicking the can down the road will sufficiently diminish the risks of the proposal affecting the operation of Kapiti Road and the roundabout. We say there's no certainty about whether future and as yet unknown mitigation on the northwestern approach to the roundabout will be effective. And I note the point I've made previously about the adaptive management approach. Although there's a number of cases on it, it's generally in the regional consenting context, which we aren't in here. What I've endeavoured to do at paragraph 36 is to say, well, look, if there's some concerns about the concept of adaptive management as it relates to land use matters, what other guidance is there in terms of case law? And one thing I think, Commissioner, you're probably going to be very familiar with, because they now seem to become a dominant feature of almost every land use consent, is management plans. And management plans, that when you follow through the case law, they started appearing and eventually got to court, and the court started to express some concerns about the structure of conditions and gave some very clear guidance around them and said, you can't use management plans as a way of kicking for touch and avoiding making the assessment of effects at a resource consent stage. It's not an opportunity for an applicant to have the second bite of the cherry, or for decision makers to just delegate functions on to officers, when really what you're talking about is an assessment of effects. And the case law says, assess the effects now. You need to be able to determine that. And the management plans can provide the detailed design that actually shows how you've come up with your solution, but your drafting of your conditions needs to be very clear and thorough in terms of what the criteria are and the content of those management plans. So the certification of them by council officers is really just checking that the detail that you put into the management plans is consistent with what's been imposed and expected. And the reason for raising that now, Sarah, is I think that case law and that approach in terms of the expectations the court has is applicable here, because it's reinforcing the level of assessment required and the detail required at this resource consent assessment stage, rather than kicking it off for a future assessment, which I think is what's occurred in terms of what's proposed with simply by putting a tag adaptive management around it. Secondly, we say in paragraph 37, in the road design context, it's better practice to impose traffic management measures in the consent itself rather than leave them for later management. And so we say that this issue is fundamental to the proposal, and their effectiveness is critical to the operation of the traffic network. What I've got on there, Commissioner, and just the last point is, as I've tried to say, is there some guidance in terms of case law on this traffic management issue? And because it's acknowledged that there is powers, obviously, under Section 108 to impose conditions. And what I've set out at paragraph 30, some pretty well-established tests in terms of the type of conditions and the validity of conditions. But the case referred to paragraph 41, Laidlaw College and Auckland Council, is really provided as an example in terms of the court guidance on dealing with these issues from a traffic effects perspective. And we say it's helpful in relation to an assessment of traffic or assessment of adverse traffic effects to the public road network. And so I just read out that quote: the extent of the area that needs to be considered as being potentially affected by adverse traffic effects is a matter which needs to be decided in the context of each particular case. Whilst we agree with the general principle that an applicant is not required to resolve existing infrastructure problems, neither should it add significantly to them. The question is always one of degree, depending on the facts of the case, and the focus must be on the effects which arise from the particular proposal in the context of the particular environment into which it is sought to be transposed. Clearly, the roading network immediately around a proposed site will need to be considered, but equally, depending on the nature of the roading network and the potential for flow-on effects, a wider consideration of the network may be appropriate depending on the case. So, drawing on that case law guidance and your minute issued on 18 March, while we accept the applicant's not required to resolve all existing and future issues with the public road network, it must address effects that arise from this proposal in the context of the receiving environment. So hopefully that's of some guidance. And then I just reached that conclusion is that at the moment we have a large degree of uncertainty in terms of the proposed mitigation measures and whether they can or will be effective. And we say you can't just push that down the road in terms of conditions. And that's where we've reached a conclusion based on the current evidence and assessment that it should be declined. But I will add in there, or at the least, the adjournment and the proposed process is recommended by Mr. Goldsmith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are the submissions.
Thank you for that, Mr. Quinn. Very, very helpful observations and legal submissions there. I just had a couple of questions. Paragraph 42, where you refer to the receiving environment. So it must address the effects that arise from its proposal in the context of the receiving environment. And we received legal submissions from Mr. Leakey on what he considered the receiving environment was. And you recall it didn't include it didn't include activities that required resource consent, even if they're controlled. Did you have a particular view on that?
Yes, and I've been following with interest I see how you've been trying to draw this out from various witnesses and legal counsel and the answers that have been given. Number one, I must say I agree with Mr. Carr that in some respects it's an unfair question to put to the traffic experts, because they're basically saying, we'll assess it within the framework you tell us to assess it in, and we can't actually make those calls from a planning and legal perspective. So I do agree with him and have some sympathy with his position that, you know, don't put it back on me. And I think
just before we go on that point though, I did ask him to consider that in the context of traffic modelling. You know, whether he had included permitted activities and my question was not trying to pose a planning question to him, but to ask him how he considered it from a modelling point of view. But anyway, we'll move on.
Yeah. The second thing, I think that this does need to be sorted, because there are some complications here, and I think the submissions of Mr. Goldsmith have brought out those complications in relation to what the zoning is and what activities will be enabled and what the future growth scenario looks like. And it's not particularly straightforward, because you are dealing with a combination of what's permitted versus what's controlled. I don't think we can say, well, let's push it to planners, because at the moment we have two submitters that haven't called planners. So it's not going to be a particularly fair process in that regard. It may be an issue that, as between the three legal counsel, we could work through and provide some guidance on I know the phrase that was used by Mr. Carter, say a joint legal statement, which doesn't really exist in the same way as it does for evidence, but it might well be it's something that between legal counsel we could engage on and give some direction, or there may be a degree of agreement that's reached in terms of providing a framework for you. And if that's of assistance, I'd be happy to engage with the other legal counsel on that point.
That's right. Mr. Goldsmith might recall a case I was involved in with him in Cromwell, where it did happen between 4 different legal counsel to provide some guidance, but I'll consider that.
Yes. So that would be my suggestion in that regard. And I think there is a little bit involved in that, rather than me giving kind of an off-the-cuff answer. But I do agree with, I think Mr. Carr in response said that would need to occur in some respects before the traffic experts undertake that exercise, because again, it's the modelling within what context it frames their modelling, and we're certainly saying the assumptions that are being used today on the modelling aren't correct in relation to that case law.
Right. Okay. Understood. Thank you. The only sorry, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts here. The only other questions I had were in relation to the mitigation works happening immediately, which is what you've requested, versus reviewing it in 1 year, in a year's time, basically, and that your clients have effects occurring immediately, you know, that they need to be protected now on things. It just occurred to me that if I was to require a particular design to be implemented now based on further work, it might need to be reviewed again in the future as traffic either grows or the operation of this site becomes apparent, so that you could potentially have further work required. And I'm just wondering whether that's an efficient way to do it.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a legal question.
Well, I think it is, because I would see the stages are as follows. Number one, the framework of the modelling needs to be confirmed, and that's what we've been discussing about getting some guidance on that and what assumptions have been made. Number two, to the extent that that exercise determines, as Mr. Nixon on behalf of my clients has indicated he expects that there would be a requirement for upgrade works now, then that needs to be put forward as part of this application and assessed. Once that occurs, then you can condition it. You can require it's done and require the timing that that work occurs, for example, before the new supermarket is opened. So that's that step. And then what you've indicated is it may well be that needs some changes or tweaking in the future. And I think that can more comfortably become part of a condition set, because what you're looking to do is tweak mitigation which actually has been imposed and required within the scope of the consent. And there's various ways of doing that in terms of conditions, but one example, one option that exists in terms of conditions would be the option of a section 1 to 8 review. But sometimes a lot of people don't like that because it requires the council to take a step in terms of actually giving notice and implementing a review. Whereas I think you can do it once you have conditions which impose mitigation options. You can do it as part of monitoring of those mitigation options. And I don't think that's a difficult thing to design conditions along those lines, but it's a very different proposition compared to what's been put before you, which is simply saying, well, we're not going to do any of that now. We're just kicking the can down the road to see if we might have to do it again in the future. But it's not at the moment part of an application. You have no design. You can't condition it in that same way, as opposed to the much more easy approach of requiring it now and just conditioning a monitoring approach.
Yeah, actually, just on that one, Mr. Quinn, with the ongoing monitoring, I'm just trying to think of my own experiences where I've been involved with supermarkets and the like, where at what point do you require, at what point do you say we've done enough monitoring and it now becomes a roading issue, rather than, how long should a developer be responsible for growth in the network and well into the future and have to upgrade roundabouts and the like into the future? Is there any, I'm just trying to grapple with where you draw the line with that sort of monitoring.
To be frank, I hear a lot of grumbles about it, but it hasn't been resolved through case law.
No.
I mean, often the proposition from an applicant's perspective, particularly if they're first in line, they end up having to pay a significant amount of money for a traffic solution, which from a council perspective, it's great if a private applicant comes along and pays that and it doesn't have to come out of general rates. But you're right, once you've invested that money to a certain point, you've almost fulfilled your obligation and your role. And at that point, it becomes part of the traffic network that the council takes over in terms of the funding for any upgrade requirements. And so there is a point, but the case law hasn't been developed on that. Hasn't resolved that point.
All right. Now, look, I'll hear from Mr. Leakey. I'll be interested in your response to that suggestion. In other words, requiring works now and then ongoing monitoring and potential further works down the line. But anyway, I'll park that for now. The only other question I had was going back to that king salmon reference that you made in adaptive management. And on the face of it, I can't see a big difference between the regional and land use aspect, in that that quote that you provided in paragraph 32, there must be an adequate evidential foundation to have reasonable assurance that it will achieve its goals of reducing uncertainty and managing remaining risk. That would seem to apply equally to all decisions made, would it not? And I'm just wondering if, first of all, can it be applied to land use considerations? Secondly, have you got any experience, and I could ask all the witnesses this, of a similar condition being imposed anywhere else where it requires no immediate works, but possibly works down the track a year or two down the track?
Yeah.
In a situation like this, my own experience with supermarkets is the work generally does take place straight away if there's an evidential basis for it. But is there a fundamental problem with applying that principle to this proposal?
A couple of things. First of all, in terms of my experience, I haven't come across it in this context before in a land use scenario. The reason being, I think, is predominantly for the very reason that you outlined, Commissioner, that most applicants, particularly kind of an applicant for a supermarket, says, if there's any doubt, we're going to do it. If we need to do something to get this over the line to address effects, we will do it. We may do it in the future, and we'll kick it down the road for later on.
Well, they are doing some things, aren't they? It's a question of how far. There's debate about whether they've gone far enough, but they have proposed some roading improvements.
That's right, and that's where in the nub of I suppose the difference between the experts as to whether it has gone far enough. Yeah. Secondly, in terms of the difference from a regional and land use perspective, I mean, yes, I agree there are some similarities. I suppose the difference is often when it's been dealt with in a regional context, and particularly when you're looking at, say, the king salmon scenario, where you're talking about impacts in terms of seabed and marine environment. You are talking about that impact on the natural environment, as opposed to here, which you're not talking necessarily about the natural environment. You're talking about an impact on a traffic network, which is quite different. And I suppose the precautionary approach, which really sits behind a lot of adaptive management, is not really applicable to a land use context when you're talking about a traffic environment. So in other words, the case where I think builds on each other and these concepts build on each other, much of where adaptive management's come from is the precautionary principle. I
see. Yes. Okay, that's that could be an important point. So yeah, I'll make a note of that. Thank you. Precautionary principle. All right. Look, I've got no further questions, but very useful discussion. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. So I think there might be logical order if we could just hear from Mr. Young first, which obviously you would have received as evidence. It's a relatively small brief, but there may be some questions that you have for him.
Okay, thank you. I'll just get that up. All right. Yes, got it here now. Thank you, Mr. Young. Yep, you've provided a brief. Yep, thank you. I don't think I've got any particular questions. I'll just have another quick look at your summary.
Yeah, go for it.
Look, I've read that and I understand your perspective and how important this application is to you because of the impact of this roading network on your operation. And I think Mr. Quinn has summarised that very well. Might not have plans to expand, but you've got a current operation that needs to be looked after. So is there anything else you wanted to add to that? But I do understand that point.
No, I think Mr. Quinn has covered most points. I'd just like to, I guess, go over the fact that my main concern is the adverse effects that would happen to our customers' ability to enter and exit Friendship Place. And particularly with the growth calculation that's been used, I don't quite understand it as I'm not a expert traffic planner, but we've owned this business for over 8 years now, and we've had nothing but growth in our business. So that would, in my mind, lead to the fact that there must be growth coming down Kapiti Road because the majority of our customers come by car, as we're not around residential. So I would just like to have that point made.
Yep, no, I'd make a note of that. It's been made several times, so thank you for that.
No problem.
All right, okay, I have no further questions of you, but thanks for coming along and joining in.
No problem, thank you, sir.
All right, yeah, how are we going for time? We'll carry on with Mr. Nixon, I believe is next, isn't he? Is that right, Mr. Quinn?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Right. Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for providing your statement. We've talked about it a lot already. So this is your chance just to emphasise some of the key points you make and to respond to some of the discussion you've heard. As you've probably gathered, I'm pretty interested to know the differences between experts and areas where they might agree on things. So if you're able to help with any of that, that would be useful. But I'll hand over to you now.
Okay, thanks for that, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. What I might do is I'll just share my screen.
Yep.
Oh, it's not enabled by the looks of it. It says host disabled participant. Oh, that's all right. I think you understand the key issues though. So for me, there's two mitigation works that are in discussion. So there's Friendship Place mitigation works, and there's the Kapiti Road Northwest mitigation works.
Yes.
In terms of Friendship Place, I've managed to replicate what Mr. Kelly has done with his modelling, and the only area of disagreement is what that design solution looks like. Right. So you'll see in his, it's in the section 42A report, the plans, they show a very short left turn lane.
Yes.
And I actually recommend they go back to something they had in their September section 92 response, which was a longer left turn slip lane, but obviously required land from Templeton, Kapiti.
Oh, I see.
That would be my preference, a longer left turn lane on Friendship Place, but obviously requires other parties to agree to that. The next issue is Kapiti Road. Now, I've done some modelling in Sidra, And in year one, it shows that that mitigation work is necessary. So I'm very, I've got concerns about the reduction in traffic volumes on Kapiti Road. It seemed to come from two things: reliance on the KTM model, which showed reductions in traffic volumes. The concerns I have with that is it was a weekday model. It was a daily volume, not a peak hour volume. And this mitigation is needed for the Saturday peak hour. So I'm not sure how much reliance you can put on that. Right. The next issue was the issue between Mr. Kelly. He used 2018 base volumes and then said, but I did surveys in November 2020 and they were much lower. My response to that would be, well, everything's a bit messy in 2020 and 2021 with COVID effects. So personally, in the projects I've worked on, I've always deferred back to the older data pre-COVID if we could.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where we're landing with the mitigation works, is I think they're necessary straight away on Kapiti Road.
Yeah, sorry, just going back to you said you would rely on 2018 data. Would you then factor in a growth rate as a sort of a general sort of proposition throughout the country? Or
generally, I don't do that anymore. I don't do future year analysis. I always just do, these are the surveys pre-development.
So 2000, yes. So 2018, how does that compare with is it much higher, or what's the difference between 2000?
In terms of how much higher, I'm not sure, but I've used in terms of the traffic modelling I've done, I've used the volumes that are in paragraph 7.1 of Mr. Trotter's evidence.
Oh, okay, yep. And
so just in case you're unsure what volumes I'm using those volumes in there.
So are you saying, Mr. Nixon, that if you use the data in 7.1 of Mr. Trotter's evidence, then that occasions the need for the works, or some works, now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, understood. Okay. Very good. No, look, that's fine. Did I chop you off? Are you still presenting, or sorry? Are you still?
I'm not sure whether I can. No, I still can't put a plan up. No.
Okay.